YouTube, it's Brian Phillips. We've got the Flish RC. This is the Cobra 500. It is fantastic, beautiful. Still searching for GPS, by the way. And we just got this out. I added a couple of like reflective high-vis things here and here and here. And we did one other minor setup. And this minor setup took me pretty much a good chunk of a weekend. And now it's ready to go, but I'm gonna just show you this. This is the manual that came with it. Totally useless. Don't even try. It's a complete waste of time, okay? They have 3 settings here. We're gonna show you how to unlock this switch and do what you wanna do, which is take this thing out of auto leveling so you can fly it. Now, if you're a really good heli pilot, you can do a lot more than we did, but we're gonna show you what we did. We're gonna have something like this that's available. It's our quick rundown. We're gonna show start to finish, how we arrived, where we arrived, but this is where we are right now. 450 for Acro, roll and pitch rate. That's degrees per second, okay? That's how we ended up. We changed yaw rate, Acro yaw rate from 202.5 degrees, why 202.5, I don't understand, to 360, which is the max. It's working beautifully. And then I slid these bars over from where we started, which was back here, all the way to here eventually. And that's where I am right now, which helped get our GPS working better. And that was just one of my other medium steps. We will go over all that and more, but this video is gonna show that. Camera crew and I are gonna pause, get this put away and fly. Okay, so just to be clear, we're gonna arm. I've got this little sticky note that should say Acro. Okay, going down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we're ready to arm. Stepping back, run. This is gonna take off in GPS. I'll just step in front of you. You should be good there. Let's go back in the graph, okay? Okay, now keep in mind, this thing has all the regular features of GPS and ATT, but we also open up Acro. So taking off, as you can see, it is auto leveling, it is glorious, it is beautiful. And also we have it so it's nice and smooth, correct, camera crew?
Yeah, that's great.
We fixed it. Now, here's the thing. The thing you don't have that I have is when I get up just a little bit higher, I'm gonna hold my panic button that I've created here as I switch down, like that. Now when I let go, I'm controlling that thing. Look at that, guys. You can't tip yours, I can tip mine. And you know why that's awesome? Because that's how you fly a helicopter. You don't fly it with auto leveling. When you know what you're doing, you do this. And it's so stinking awesome and rewarding. Look at that, look how steep it's pitched. Oh yeah, even Brian Phillips RC, the guy who barely knows how to fly helicopters, is gonna fly this thing and show you why you need this Flish RC helicopter. Yes, it's expensive. Yes, it's incredible. I took a 420 millimeter wing, or not wing, but main rotor from my Max. What is that? The
M4 Max.
The OMP M4 Max. Last night, guys, you can't do that maneuver with the auto leveling. By the way, we feel it when it goes over. Yeah. It is so, so cool. And by the way, you want to talk about an aggressive return to land? It is incredible and scary. Goes to 10 meters. And if I get lost, hold the button. Hold the button, get my coordinates, wits about me, and then you're back to flying, guys. Look at that. You guys see how it dropped? Don't be surprised when that happens. That's why you have the button in place. And yes, Cobras are so beautiful. Love the sound. Absolutely gorgeous. And yes, I am getting a lot of real practice flying helicopters. For whatever reason, I'm a little bit more nervous because we're filming. But look at this beautiful sky we got tonight. Absolutely fantastic. Yes, that's all me and 4,000 other micro computations from the flight controller stabilizer. And by the way, I just felt that too, did you?
Yeah, oh yeah.
So crazy. Now, you'll notice I'm not flipping upside down. That's because I don't feel like crashing this thing. You know why? Because there seems to still be a limit to how much you can bank this, even in Acro. And I can turn that off but I love the way it's working. Also, you can limit the speed with which it comes back to level if you decide you want to keep auto leveling, but you just want it to be less aggressive. And that is totally contingent on you, the flyer, the pilot. You get to decide your own destiny with your multi-$1,000 helicopter, okay? Now, I say that in all honesty, most of us that fly airplanes and want to have a helicopter experience are gonna be totally fine with an auto-leveled helicopter, and we're gonna enjoy the heck out of it, and it's gonna be an amazing experience. And you can hand off the controls quite literally to your kid, which we already demonstrated in our maiden flight, or the camera crew. And this thing will come back, even if you're in Acro mode, which I am right now, just so you guys can tell, still. It is just fantastic, and I can fly this thing around like I stole it. It is so much fun. It is so beautiful. It is consistent with the behavior and feel and look of the FlyWings we've flown in the past, only bigger and more robust. So if you guys are here to enjoy the Flish, you're here for the same reason I am. This helicopter is fantastically expensive, and it should have come out of the box with this feature, exactly as I'm displaying it. Lucky for you, I wasted my weekend and week getting it to this setup, okay? That's me. Guys, I will let you know. You will know the light will switch from green to crazy flashing red, and it will aggressively stop that helicopter. And it will take me a second to realize what's happening. It should be happening pretty much any time.
I know, I'm like holding my breath waiting.
I know, because it scares the crap out of me every time it happens. This flight controller is intensely capable. Intensely capable. I may just land it just to prove. By the way, you'll see it take over here in a minute in our next few flights. So just, camera crew, if you want to give me a few steps back toward the front door. Look at that thing, looks absolutely sick. And I'm gonna bring it over and just land it in 3D, guys, in Acro. There it goes.
There it goes.
It's just taking over. Dang it, I totally took the wind out of my own sails. That thing's gonna go to 10 meters. It's gonna bring itself over, and it's gonna normally scare the living crap out of you, and you will see that in some of the later flights, okay? Again, it's gonna point it in the right direction. It's gonna put it on the ground. It's gonna do it perfectly every time, even in the heavy winds. And now that we slid those bars, that thing is rock solid again. And I was scared to death I had killed all the auto leveling settings. And you'll notice, if you watch through the full digression or progression, however you wanna look at it, from the start to finish, this is finished, and that's what you want. If you bought this helicopter and you want it to fly like it came out of the box, I put it to stop, just so you know. I don't wanna wait for that thing, okay? It is so good. It is so much better. It is so fun. And by the way, we show you how to set this panic button up. We show you how to set up all the crap. We teach you what we've learned over the course of the years, and we'll show you all those steps in glorious Brian Phillips RC detail, AKA painstakingly.
Glorious was not the word.
Exactly how we learned what we learned.
Yep.
And by the way, these markings on the blades I thought looked sweet. They highlight the look of the blade. They look a little bit more like a military style blade than just your basic carbon fiber, which looks awesome, admittedly. It looks more awesomer this way though. Okay, that's what you get. Stay tuned, this is a long video. If you wanna learn a lot, we talk about this all the time on Brian Phillips RC. Stay tuned, watch the whole thing. Watch us waffle. You'll learn a lot from my failure, okay? It's not just my failure, it's my embarrassment, my frustration. Because at the end of the day, we wanna help you guys understand that you can do this. And you can also use this switch to help you progress from babysitter mode to like, I'm a teenager staying at home alone, parents are out on a date night, to, you know, leaving the Amish community. And I mean, I'm not to take anything away from the Amish, but I'm just saying, like, it is that much more free.
Right.
It is, you can crash it. This thing comes out of the box like uncrashable, and you will be like, what? When you first get it. We'll show you how to undo that so you can't crash it.
Make it crashable.
All right, so that's, and I'm saying that, forgive my, I don't mean to take anything away from the Amish community. They're building our beautiful building over here. So at the end of the day, this helicopter is awesome and you will love it, okay? But I just can't articulate in so many words how annoying it was to me to have that thing not come out of 6G, which is not out of auto leveling in this switch condition, okay?
Right.
I learned a lot doing this. I know you'll get value out of it. So I would highly recommend that you watch the video if you're trying to learn. It's long, it's tedious, it's frustrating, but you will get something out of it. Also, smash the like button, watch the whole thing in the background, learn something, okay? You will live vicariously through me on this one, so you don't have to. We'll show you how to hook it up to the computer. We'll show you how to hook it up to the smartphone. We'll show you how to do all the crap that we did not know you could do based on the Chinese barely get it done manual.
Right.
Okay? And we're gonna do it right now. So stay tuned. Also, if you wanna buy this thing, buy it from the links. It really does help us. It supports our relationships. Look at these geese.
The geese.
So cool. It supports our relationships with all the different companies we work with. And it helps us to keep doing this, okay? That's the number one way you can support us financially is when you do buy one of these crazy expensive things, buy from the links. You'll help support Brian Phillips RC. So when we dismantle and rearrange things in such a way that you can understand and not just piecemeal like do this, do that in a 5-minute video. When you really want to see the frustration and the pain and suffering that went into it, you come here first. Because why would you just want the answer to your question?
and I will do my best to timestamp some of the critical things, but there's so much. Like,
there's so much. It's so technical.
You have to kind of understand how we got there.
We will help you learn what you need to understand to apply what we did here. Not just show you what we did here. Because remember, on Brian Phillips RC, our objective is not necessarily to teach you how great this thing is. We already did that, okay? Our objective is to teach you how to do it without me, which is kind of stupid because we run a YouTube channel. We want you to be here with us. So smash the bell when you're subscribing, okay? Click the bell, get notified. Also, smash the like button. And then when you do buy stuff, buy from the links. We appreciate you. Also, other ways to support us: Patreon, monthly support; YouTube, members, monthly support. Both appreciated. YouTube super thanks, one-time donations, and PayPal for one-time donations. The rest is history. Watch it. Stay tuned. YouTube is Brian Phillips. Why are we starting inside the kitchen for a flight? That's because I want to make this, which is huge and awesome, fly like this, which is also awesome, but not as huge, okay? For a long time, I have been a pansy pilot when it comes to helis, and I'm finally getting to the point where I want to shut off some of the training wheels. It's just like when you go from flying with safe in airplane world to flying in just AS3X to flying without it altogether. And I'm in the process of trying to understand a little bit better how these FlyWing controllers are working, okay? So first things first, this is a FlyWing Bell 206. It's very popular. It's one of the earliest ones that we did. And I don't even remember what version it is, but I didn't like the black, or actually gray with yellow tips. And so I repainted these white. I learned how to do it. And I want to show you that really quick. All right, so I have a bag. This is what I do when I have a new product that I keep all the manuals together. And I cracked and broke, or more specifically, my cat cracked and broke this thing. So I fixed it, and then I said, that's so ugly. So I had my son 3D print me one, which I then painted with a not very good matching paint. And I made this tail skid support. And this closely emulates the factory option. But then I found a picture, one of millions. I always find these pictures, and this is how I do my work, okay? This is not uncommon stuff for us modelers to do. We come up with details, we work the details until we come up with plans, and I cite real world experiences to help support my plans. Like for instance, this, we built the line cutters for top and bottom, and I just felt like the line cutters really helped to decorate this model, as well as the anti-slip. That's just black electrical tape, but it adds so much depth to the design on this heli, okay? So just little details like that are super fun, but the biggest one is getting the disc to look good. Now you're probably thinking, why did I intro with this to talk about the blade discs? I'll get there, okay? So a couple things to consider. I went out and found 5 million different examples. This is a real blade design. It's supposed to be black inboard. Mine is not. That's because it was easier to paint the whole blade. And then I use this red tape. Okay, if you ever want to modify and make a disc that's super cool like this, which by the way, it looks awesome. We're going to show that in a minute. Or this, I recommend using tape and then tape the leading edge. This is just tape. There is such a steep pitch on this. It is incredibly hard to paint it and get it to stay lined evenly because you've got like a 45-degree angle here and then you've got a 0-degree angle almost at the base. So incredibly hard. My first go around was with paint. It did not work. It threw everything out of balance. This actually worked better. That's just white electrical tape. And then the leading edge is covered with clear tape. Very easy to do it. You can peel it on and off, no big deal. I didn't even try to balance it. It's been fine ever since, okay? But on the main rotor, I painted this with a thick paint, and you can see I've got lots of white tape here. That was used to balance the two weights of the blades, okay? So after I go through all the process of making all the different components to make me satisfied, which includes these vertical supports, okay? So they turned out pretty good. And then once I glued them on, I put some screws in to hold them. And then of course, one screw head had to break off on me, which is just the way it goes in the hobby world. I don't know if you guys run into that, I do. So balancing the blades so that they actually work. Before I even got to this step, I went out and ran this with my dad actually, because we had a birthday party, and the thing wobbled violently. And I said, maybe I should have balanced those blades. Yeah, duh. I knew it. I just thought I might get lucky. I did not get lucky. So I had a 2-gram disparity between this blade and this blade. And so basically what I did was I took my 2 blades and I weighed them on a kitchen scale, and it says 37 grams right there. And the other one was 35 grams. So 2 grams, which is a huge difference, like 5% difference or 5.6% difference. I was able to balance them out by just using white electrical tape. And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, vinyl tape hangs on better than just regular tape, okay? So like a regular packing tape versus a regular vinyl tape. You pre-stretch this and you put it on, and you can use less of it. And you can see I've got some small pieces here. Preferably you would not be all dirty like mine is, but that's the way it was. And all I did was just add little slivers of this until the weight matched. I didn't care where the weight was, I just got it on the blade, okay? Then I took my blades and I had to match the center of mass, which is something I didn't know you have to do. And I literally put it on this box and balanced it. You can do it on any surface you want. This has just happened to be a random box edge. Okay, I balanced them until they were balanced on the box. And then I marked it with a black marker, and I took a little sticky note and I made these little center of mass markers. So once I found out where they are, and if you kind of look underneath, you can see where I marked them. There's the center of mass, okay? So you can see I had this little mark like that. And then there's one over here too, right there. Mm-hmm. So you have to make that center of mass mark exactly right. Meaning, if you have 2 blades that have an indisparity, I'll show you with another blade example. This is a blades from the the Bell.
BO105.
BO105, thank you. These, okay, if I were to balance these, I would first measure the weight, and then second, balance the center of mass, okay? So you can't use a flat surface like this because it's too hard to do, okay? So you grab your center of mass sticker or your marker, and you just slide it. Just imagine I had just painted these. And you just slide it until the thing balances. It's not hard at all, but these things have quite a bit of weight on the inboard portion. Okay, so wherever it balances, and it doesn't matter where it balances to me. So there it balances a little bit too far. Eventually you get to a point where it's pretty well balanced, and you just mark it. And just for the sake of the video, I'm gonna show you that. Then I put it on the edge of the counter, and I grab my other mark, okay? And then I'm gonna go mark this one and just show you, once you get both center of masses figured out, okay? Slide this same orientation until it balances. It's pretty simple stuff. It doesn't need to be absolutely perfect because you're only gonna be able to get them so perfect. And by the way, if I was sitting there having freshly painted blades, I'd be more careful, okay? So what I would do is I would come over here, and now that I have those balanced, I can line up exactly where that mark is. So a lot of times I gotta use a second piece of paper, and you can see that there's like barely any indisparity. How do you know? Because you take your blade and you line them up on the edge of your counter or your square table or whatever it is. And then you can see there's just a tiny teensy bit difference, and that's probably error from me as the tester, okay? So that is how, once you balance those blades, center of mass, and you get them weighing the same amount, then it'll spool up and it'll be balanced. And I had really good luck with that. And the center of mass, this is just a sticky note that I cut up with scissors. Super easy. So all these upgrades that I did, and when I say upgrades, they're all just superficial upgrades, okay? Why did I do a bunch of superficial upgrades, Camera Crew, to that particular helicopter?
Because it's one of your favorites.
Yes. Why is that particular one of my favorites, Camera Crew?
I don't know. I mean, I know you like the way it flies.
That's it, okay? Now, why do I like the way this flies better than the way I like, better than this almost 3 times as expensive helicopter?
Because this one you can take and do in full manual mode and you're flying it instead of it flying itself.
Because I can go, instead of return to home, these are the different values, okay? I'm gonna just show you this real quick and then we're gonna go fly, okay? And I'm gonna demonstrate this, okay? Turn on the transmitter. Okay, so I had to turn off my fly mode, okay? So I'm gonna unlock this. This is currently off, okay? That's why it says null. If I were to turn it on, you could see the different values right here. And there's names that correspond. We have closely emulated that with it off, meaning exactly emulated it, okay? And the reason we did that is so I could make this panic button back here that basically takes, now in monitor mode, you can see channel 5 moving back and forth. That's 2,000, that's 1,500, and that is 1,000, okay? So really quick, show them the list as I talk. 2,000 is basically the top.
Yes,
And
return
it's like
to home.
return to home.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is 1,500. So when you go back, to this setting, you can adjust this, okay, to whatever value you want, okay? So 2,000 is equivalent to plus 100 in spectrum. 1,500 is equivalent to 0 in spectrum. And then 1,000 is equivalent to minus 100 in spectrum, okay? And then this is fly sky, right?
Yes.
All right, so because there's a difference, and by the way, I hate operating these transmitters. They are a pain in the butt, but they work, and they're very cheap, and that's why they come in these ready to flies, okay? So I gotta turn this back off because I don't want it to actually be in this mode right now. So it's off, and that gets me back to my panic button, okay? So my panic button is going to basically take me from whatever setting I'm in, it's gonna go up 1 layer. So that's gonna take me to home. And if I'm in 3D, it's gonna take me to GPS, right? Now, what's the difference between 3D and GPS? 3D is 1,000, GPS is 1,500, return to home is 2,000. So you notice right here, boom, 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 that's where we are. That's what this is set up like, okay? Why is this one different? Because it uses an L7 controller instead of an H1, right?
Right.
So if you look at this transmitter, they have labeled it differently, incidentally. but the call outs are identical, 2,000, 1,500, 1,000, okay? So basically up, even, down, okay? Up, neutral, down, right? 6G is different than 3D. 6G still does auto leveling. 3D does not do auto leveling. This is the H1 layout, okay? That might be 1,200 sometimes too, just depends on the model, okay? So what we have to do is we have to figure out what the heck is in that flight controller so that we can try to use the H1 controller to make modifications to it using a USB-A to USB-C cable. Just like we'd be able to modify this H1 controller, okay? And this H1 controller we for sure can modify. And what we do is we plug into the USB-C cable, which is right there. It says USB-C. Well, it just says USB. And when you plug into that flight controller, then you can make modifications to the settings. But we want to emulate this setting on this heli. We don't want all the settings here. We just want to take off auto disc leveling, also known as attitude hold. Okay, so attitude hold and altitude hold is ATT, which is another mode, okay? So you see that?
Yep.
Okay.
Here.
So I hope you're not totally confused. This is a long time coming. I'm connecting all the dots finally after spending a lot of time wasted thinking about this crap. And I don't like wasting my time thinking about this crap. I like spending no time on something this expensive to get it to work. So let's go fly this. We'll come right back. All right, we're gonna fly this Bell 206 and we're gonna show you what I'm trying to emulate for the Cobra, okay? This has been a labor of love. I put tons of work into it with all these little scale details, and it's one of my favorite helicopters to fly. And yes, I love it. It's one of my favorites for a lot of reasons, not the least of which is the fact that I love flying Bell 206 because it is a scale looking plane, or helicopter rather, okay? So I'm in home, I'm gonna go down to 3D and stop, and then you can see this light. I stand here and I can see.
Yes.
And I'm gonna arm this thing, but only after GPS works, okay? So in GPS, I have a green solid light, so I can sticks down and out. Then it goes to flashing. Now I can go to run. It's gonna take off. Notice that it doesn't like swing around like it's crazy, like it's gonna try to commit hara-kiri, okay? There's a little bit more movement maybe than brand new, but it's nice and solid now. Let it start up. Let it get where it needs to be. And yes, this is the maiden flight since I put those vertical stabilizers on the tail. And yes, it looks amazing. So guys, you see that disc? That red and white is awesome looking. And then the black and white on the tail is also awesome looking, okay? So just so you guys can see what I'm talking about, that's a huge labor to do that. It takes forever, lots of work, lots of balancing. Okay, why do I like this helicopter? First of all, I can go to this mode in GPS and have complete confidence it's gonna do good, okay? But I can now cover my button here. I can press that and it's gonna be like I put this in home mode. But then once I get into that mode, I'll go over here just so you guys can see better, okay? Once I press this button, I can switch down to 3D and it's as though I'm in the GPS mode, okay? Until I let go of that button with my middle finger, it's just gonna sit there. Now, as soon as I let go, it's gonna drop. So I have to be on the collective. See, on the collective. Now that thing can tip over and crash. But you see how stable it is? It's like, it's not auto leveling. It's just very well balanced and stable. And this is why I love this helicopter. This is what I assumed I would be able to do with the Cobra, okay? I am not an amazing pilot. I'm just a very moderately normal helicopter pilot. And these days, I am getting to be a better pilot, right overhead. But the thing is, I want to be able to fly this thing like I know how to fly, because I kind of do. Now, that doesn't mean that I am the best pilot, and this is a relatively easy to fly helicopter, but if I get confused or lost, all I have to do is quite literally hold this button, and it will fly itself in GPS, or switch to GPS, and then I can let go of that button, and I could quite literally put this down and it will take care of itself, and I could go inside and quit flying and it would just land itself right there. Okay? That's peace of mind, but also lets me learn to fly because I can progressively work through the ranks of these different systems here, okay? So now back into 3D, I'm holding this middle finger, and then when I let go, collective up just a hair and fly it like you stole it, okay? Camera crew, to our normal spots, please. Okay, so now why do we care to the normal spots? Okay. So now, I'm gonna demonstrate what this does when I switch modes. Suppose I didn't have this button on the back, okay? So now I'm holding this. I just wanna show you what I'm talking about. When I switch this down, it's gonna drop, okay? So I'm in GPS now, I let go of this and it's fine. Watch it drop, boom. See that? You wanna talk about a heart attack on a platter? Now I'm not gonna do that with a $3,000 helicopter, will you? I don't think so. So that's why we mix in this button, which is not without effort. So I'm hitting the button, now I can transition onto the collective so I can fly it. That was me lowering it down by choice and with intentionality. Also with my fingers on the sticks. Now there's people that have tons more skill than I do, and they would have no problems at all doing that, okay? And just taking their fingers and moving them around, that's fine. Just not me, okay? So what is the point of this video? The point of this video is I'm saying, hey, I've got this sweet looking helicopter, that being the brand new Cobra, and it's probably the most sophisticated model I've ever had in the aircraft arena in terms of cost, in terms of size. I mean, we've got some planes that are pretty darn close, but the thing is, the planes don't fly themselves, the planes don't land themselves, the planes don't do some of the things that this heli does, right? Now, that being said, it's a helicopter, it's not an airplane. I know you guys, some of you are airplane guys and you don't care about helicopters. And I get it, because that was me probably last year. Like, sure, I will enjoy them occasionally, but when did I decide I liked helicopters? About the time I spent, you know, another $100,000 on a runway, right?
Right.
Now, the other thing is, and that is just sort of a tentative joke, but it's also true. I like helicopters because you can fly them just about wherever you want. And I'm getting to the point where I know how to fly them. And so I'm getting to the point now where I'm like, no, I don't want it to be lamely auto-leveled all the time. Now, there's nothing wrong at all with flying on auto-leveling, okay? If that is all you know how to do and that's all you ever want to learn to do, that is 100% fine, okay? 100% fine. And there's nobody at Brian Phillips RC in any of our group that is gonna poke fun at you or try to diminish your positions on that. That is 100% a personal decision. And a lot of you guys may never actually care to do this. But I am gonna tell you, when did I start liking helicopters? A lot. It would have been when I started learning to fly helicopters and not just let the GPS heli drones fly them. So, why is this a compelling argument I'm trying to make? I'm trying to teach you guys, just like we always do on this Brian Phillips RC, is that there is a reason for the way that we behave. There's a reason for the recommendations we make. There's a reason for a particular helicopter or airplane being awesome. And it's not just because Brian liked it. It's because it's got the features that are in demand. It's got the features that are gonna grow you as a pilot. It's got the beauty and the excellence that we have come to need as RC addicts to keep ourselves happy, okay? And I can tell you this, if you guys watch me fly a helicopter 2 years ago compared to flying a helicopter tonight, it is not even in the same arena of skill, okay? And I'm gonna tell you this right now. I'm doing this totally comfortable. Me and my wife are here. She's not scared, she's not jumping. The first time we flew a FlyWing, I thought I was gonna end up killing myself because it's scary when you don't know what you're doing. But as soon as you get to the point where you start figuring out and connecting the dots and letting your muscle memory start to actually sink in, then you'll enjoy it, okay? So RC manufacturers, hopefully you're listening. I doubt you are. If you're not, you should be, because I know what people want, because I'm one of them, okay? What do we want? We want scale. What do we want? We want it yesterday. What do we want? Awesome looking blades. I want that disc painted on the top and the bottom. I want it perfectly balanced out of the box. I want the flight controller tuned beautifully so that the biggest RC idiot in the world could fly it, and then I can shut that mode off and the most skilled pilot would be able to enjoy a great go around. Why? Because we can do it. There is absolutely no excuse not to have that in the box for $700, $800, $900, okay? That being said, these fiberglass bodied helicopters ought to have lights on them too, and that is what you get on a Brian Phillips RC Second Thoughts. But this is not really even a Second Thoughts, because really it is a continuation of First Thoughts on the Cobra. Why? Because the Cobra does not allow you to fly like this. The best you can do is basically what they're calling 6G. So you have up and down control, and you have a little teeny bit of leaning authority. Now, is that good enough for the average Joe that doesn't know how to fly helicopters? Absolutely, and you probably wouldn't know any better, because you're not gonna have a heart attack when you turn off the stabilization. And when I say the stabilization, I mean the attitude hold, disc leveling. Okay, now back to GPS. Did you hear the head speed change? Mm-hmm. So, have we compelled, with some level of clarity, what I've been trying to articulate to you?
Yeah.
Because I can tell you this, flying around like this and having the GPS, I'm in GPS now, having the GPS, that was me holding the button, is why it went up for a second. There is nothing wrong with this. If this is what you ever intend to do, like if this is your maximum skill set and you don't want to get to that next layer where you can really cruise around. And you'll notice I'm not doing tick-tops, I'm not doing rolls, I'm not even doing loops, because I've had FlyWings commit Harry-Carry mid-loop and shut off the engine and go pfft. I'm not going to teach you guys to do things that are going to cause massive suffering. But what I am gonna do is I'm gonna tell you, this thing flies good enough for the average airplane aficionado that doesn't wanna learn to fly a helicopter. And it looks amazing doing it. So right off the bat, we've added a couple of features. We're gonna go over those in the next clips, which will be inside. We're gonna intro again, so forgive us. We're just trying to do the best we can here. But I want you guys to understand not just what or how, but why.
Right.
And in this case, why means I want this thing to fly. Okay, I'm gonna just go up here a little bit. I want it to fly like this. I want to fly it like it looks like a real helicopter. I want to bring it around. I want to slide it. I want to do whatever I want. I want to be able to crash that thing. And all I got to do is press a button to recover. It's not that big a deal. We've got the buttons. They're right there, guys. And it's just so subtle. It's like such a small difference. Ah, bug on my arm. Look, bug on my arm, guys. Mm-hmm. Worst time to get a bug bite. So annoying. Okay, that's why I love that feature. I literally hit the button, wipe the thing off my arm, and now I'm back to flying it like I stole it, okay? And yes, there are times when I'm flying this by myself off camera, and it looks a heck of a lot nicer than what I'm doing for you guys tonight. The camera crew probably can't even attest to it, because I actually fly this for enjoyment quite a little bit. Mm-hmm. And by the way, another thing that freaks me out with the FlyWing flight controller is that the head speed changes drastically between modes at times, okay? And that will freak you out when you're not used to it, okay? So I'm just gonna make a landing here. So that was Brian Phillips doing it. Now I'm gonna take off again, okay? I need you not to move like that. Freaks me out. So, when you want to learn to actually fly a helicopter, guys, this is what I'm going to tell you from my personal experience. Either get a sport helicopter to break in, okay? And when I say a sport helicopter, and see, that's why they make it pull down, because it pulls it to the ground with a neutral spring return stick. Mode 2 here, okay, mode 2. See, now I gotta move it up to take off, okay? And then of course you can do, you know, cool things like that. You wouldn't be able to do that if you had the 3D mode on. You certainly couldn't bank it near as near as sharp. And you can't do a stall turn looking thing like this. I don't even know if that's called a stall turn with regard to helicopters. And you certainly can't get the disc showing like that, because I love looking at that. It's so dang beautiful. So now, the other thing you can do, then I love this, because I can bring it in, this is all brine still. You can bring it in and you can land it wherever you want, however tight of a strategy you want. You don't have to depend on auto leveling, because this thing flies so dang good. Now I can just go to stop, okay? This thing will fly like 20 minutes, okay? That's always gonna be better on a 3,000 milliamp hour pack compared to 4,300 6S on the Cobra, okay? This is 4 cell, that's 6 cell. That's a size, weight, and gravity of the machine. You know, it's gonna take more power. But at the end of the day, the flight experience is what I want. As a pilot, not as a RC reviewer or some sort of influencer, whatever you call us here on YouTube, but I want that for my personal enjoyment, okay? I love that experience. I love the way that this flies. And you could get that stock and do it out of the box in like 10 minutes, okay? Because you don't even have to, did you have to put the blades on this? I can't remember.
Yes.
So why is that different than a Flish experience? And why do I think that Flish missed the mark really bad on that Cobra? Here's why. The type of person buying a Flish is not me. It is the person that loves helicopters and just cannot get by without them. Not the person that buys the FlyWing, which is still pretty expensive. This one's like way more expensive. So unless they're just independently wealthy, and there are those people in this hobby, okay? I feel like this reaches a market where you might almost get away with not having a 3D mode. Now, I don't want that. I want to always at least have that. Mm-hmm. And if it's not there, I want it easy to get. I want it easy to upgrade, to turn on, and I don't want a bunch of hassle going to dark web websites to download software applications on my APK for an Android, downloading, unzipping it on my computer, and then sending it through a USB cord to my phone so that it can give me 14 warnings while installing it.
And then have it not work.
Because it's designed for an older version of Android on my 10-year-old phone. So, do you guys get the whole breadth of my messaging here? This thing is awesome. The Cobra is awesome. But talk about missing the mark on the Cobra. We're gonna fix that, hopefully, right now. This is what we want out of the Cobra. And I shouldn't have to be an expert to do it. It should come out of the boxes doing it, right?
Right.
Okay, we're gonna do that now. All right, so now that you've seen the flight, admittedly, we're not 100% sure how we're gonna break this video up, but I just wanna make sure that you guys understand what I'm saying. On the Cobra, which is huge, awesome, expensive, we have 3 modes. We have GPS. We do have a return to home function that you can call out, but it's a separate channel, okay? We have ATT, which is attitude hold and altitude hold, but not GPS. So that means you can slip and slide, but you're gonna stay here, okay? You can use the stick to move down, or the collective. The collective is like the throttle stick, so that goes up and down. But when you let go, it's gonna stop in that position, okay? But if you lean forward with the cyclic and you let go, it's just gonna keep sliding. But when you have GPS mode on, you're gonna be flying forward It's gonna hold this position. It's gonna hold pitch and roll through the flight controller, as well as the yaw, all of it. So when you let go, it's gonna break viciously and stop. Now, that incidentally is a setting in the flight controller, how viciously it stops, okay? But we don't want to address those things. We just want to get this attitude hold off. And then, okay, when we go to 6G, I don't want 6G. That mode is a waste of my time. Why the heck on that echelon of a helicopter would I want something where I can control up and down, but not like, it's so stupid. Free me on all the control access. Give me stabilization, that's fine. But free me to lean as far as I want, to pitch or roll as far as I want. And don't correct me until I tell you to. Or I can just do the panic setup like what we did in the unbox build radio setup, which would be totally fine. But to me, 6G mode, are you kidding me? What is this? You know, like a $150 helicopter? No, this is like a $3,000 helicopter.
Right. Or if 6G was the middle mode, if there was no fine. ATT.
But I don't want that.
But you don't need both.
I don't want that.
Right.
All I want is, I want GPS. I don't care if home is here, that's fine. You can do an ATT mode, and that's actually good for stepping stones to learn. But adding the altitude, like, oh, you're not gonna learn to fly on this helicopter, and if you are, you're in the very, very small minority of people doing that.
Right.
Learn to fly on this helicopter.
Right.
You know, something small that's actually cheap that you could crash a couple of times, which, by the way, awesome looking helicopter. What a good job on this thing. And it has LEDs, strange. So, a sport helicopter like the Blade 360 or the Eclipse, the Blade Eclipse 360, or, you know, like one of these M4s or the M2s or whatever, those are really good sport offerings. The M4 Max, really good offering, okay? These, of course, the Infusion or Fusion 360, the Revo 235. Do you want to know what got me started flying helicopters?
That one.
That one. Mm-hmm. And it's funny because I was using my DXS transmitter, not my NX10, not my NX8, not my DX18, not my NX7E, all the expensive one. I use the crappy out of box, ready to fly transmitter, okay? Because I'm telling you what, the layout of the keys makes the difference for success or failure on a helicopter because you have milliseconds to respond. And I mean, you might have like 400 milliseconds, you might have like 500 or 600 milliseconds, but you're not gonna have a whole second to respond. You're gonna have less than a second to fix a problem. So doing this or trying to struggle to find a switch, most of the time ain't gonna work. You're gonna be crashed. You're gonna be kaput, okay? All right, so how do we make this act like that? And I'm not talking about, I don't want this to fly like that. I just want to unloose the reins so I can fly that like I'm flying this. That means this will behave slightly different. I mean, they're both Bell helicopters. And this is a twin turbine Warbird, very heavy in real life. Singular, well, that's a twin turbine, I think, on that one. But this helicopter is just a different helicopter. I want it to fly different. The weird thing is, when we first got in the hobby, I thought all these planes and helicopters would fly the same. Like once you learn the skills, it'd be the same. No, it's not. That's why it's so great. That's why I got so many planes. Because they all fly different. You would think, oh, it can't be that different. It's totally different. Every plane, even small variations make a huge difference. So it's really fun to experience the different helis, unless they tie you up with this stupid 6G setting. Okay, so where are we right now? We've been searching the dark webs all day trying to find the L7 controller software. Mm-hmm. And the best we can find is some Bluetooth thing that's supposed to hook up to the device, and we can't figure out like what the heck we're doing wrong.
Via an Android app that we can't
that
get.
Operates on an older version of Android that was just updated on the 23rd of September, which is like 7 days ago.
Yeah.
So like China, we're using Android like 14 or something like that here.
We're on your S9.
Yeah, so that's a really old version of Android, meaning they're saying it's even older. It's giving us all sorts of security concerns.
Yeah.
It's not in the Play Store. So like pretty much all the red flags that red flag bill raises when they're about to do something terrible. So obviously that's not acceptable. And really all we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out if we have already got access to one of these settings, okay? So remember, we've got return to home, we've got GPS, we've got attitude hold, which is both attitude and altitude. Then we have 6G, which is only attitude, okay? So the auto leveling, so it shuts off the GPS, it shuts off the up and down control, so the barometric control. And by the way, that isn't barometric, that's still GPS fed, I believe. I could be mistaken, but this I know is not a photo style sensor, and I know it's not LiDAR, like some of the more recent ones. So I am not 100% sure if that's barometrically controlled or if it's GPS controlled, but the altitude hold works really good. Like, it's a really good altitude hold. And by the way, ATT is what you're supposed to switch to if you would go under an obstruction like a bridge and knowingly going to lose GPS, okay? Because that's where you want it to step down to. Because if you lose GPS, it's gonna act like it's in ATT mode, okay? By the way, this has taken me years to put together. I have been watching, learning, and just connecting dots, and slowly I've gotten to this point where I understand all these things and I'm putting the pieces together. Here's the problem. What's the new one called?
Which new one?
The new flight controller.
The L7.
L7, okay? And the old one is the H1
Yes.
/ H2, okay?
Yep, there is a new H2.
There is a new H2, okay? I don't know what
We haven't seen it yet.
Okay? At the end of the day, oh, and by the way, like that helicopter down there.
Oh, the 300C, the Schweitzer.
The Schweitzer has that GPS module out here. The reason you'll see that on some of these bigger, more sophisticated models is because they have huge motors and the magnetic field interferes with the GPS drastically enough that you have to go mid-boom.
Oh.
Okay? Because I know that comes up, and that is something that people ask. Okay, so you get into huge helicopters like this. This is a pretty big helicopter, but it's still on the pod. Okay, so like if you were to open this up, which I'm gonna open up obviously, and you were to look in here, the motor is here, but the GPS module's way back here. Like it sticks way back. And you can see all that in our exhaustive on-box build radio setup where we physically build this model, okay? It does take a little bit of assembly if it's not that big a deal. There's literally 2 bolts I can pull this thing out. The only drawback is you gotta plug in this thing, which you can, incidentally, you can also put in the bottom, which we didn't, it's just up on top. And then you have to plug in this thing, okay? Because there's 2 wires, which, well, it's actually like 3 wires that go to the light, plus a dummy, a 4th pin that's not hooked up. And then this has 3 wires because it's a brushless motor, okay? So the ESC is up here, the multi-ESC. Okay, so where I'm going with this is we have to hook this thing up, the flight controller, to the computer, and I can see the USB-C right there. Yeah. Right there.
Okay.
Can you see it? Can the people see it?
Oh, yep.
Okay. So that is where we're going to hook up. Now, is it going to work with H1 software? I hope so. So what we need to do really is we need to figure out if we can hook up to that. Now, alternately, we could hook up to this and we could see what the values are stored in memory on channel 5. Channel 5, meaning where they use the flight mode. Okay?
Okay.
Problem is I have to turn off flight mode to do my little panic button setup where I press this little button. It doesn't even look like a button on camera. That's why I am so energetic with showing that. Okay?
Yeah.
Because if you didn't know, you wouldn't know that was a button.
Just
it just looks like a detail, like a rivet or something.
Yep.
All right. So making a compelling argument on this is more important than fixing that helicopter. I am trying to change an industry behavior. And I've noticed an industry behavior with this helicopter coming from this helicopter and with the Apache that's sitting in the master bedroom.
No, actually it's right there.
Oh, it's right there.
Yep.
With this Apache compared to the old Apaches. if I'm getting a GPS heli drone, and I mean, these, make no mistake, they're expensive. Even that one's like what, $600-700 bucks. So if I'm spending $700, I want to be able to turn off auto leveling. Now, if I'm spending like 150 bucks or like 80 bucks or 100 bucks or you know, like 60 bucks or 70 bucks, I get that you're not going to have a full collective pitch control system, and you're also gearing that to the beginner pilot. But guys, in the model design industry, this is not equivalent to this, okay? Do you want to know why? Because you can literally stick this helicopter in here and take it for a freaking ride. Okay? There is a difference, right? Yeah. There's a difference in buyer, there's a difference in expectation, and there's a difference in performance.
Right.
Okay? And if there isn't, you're doing it wrong. Okay? So, have I made my point?
Yeah.
And this isn't trying to bash Flish, because this is awesome. We need more of these. And I don't want just 500s, I want 700s. And to be honest with you, I feel like the size class is almost too close to make the jump. I feel like this should be a 700 seat.
Bigger.
Yeah, 700.
And that's one of the points that we're always constantly making is when you're looking at things online, it's really hard to see the differences and the nuances, and there is a starting point for everybody.
That's why you watch us. Because we will beat the dead horse and save you the money.
Right.
Okay? Which, you know, we go out on a limb all the time because we want to work with these manufacturers so we can keep doing this. I mean, I can't afford to buy every new model that comes out, okay?
No.
Because I've spent it all over there on that building in the road and all the damn runway and all that crap. So, what have we learned? We've learned that Brian is picky. We already knew that.
We already knew that.
Secondly, we're going to see if the H1 will let us hook up to this. Oh, please let us hook up to it. I have another charged battery ready to go if we have to hook up to that, okay? And we know what the different settings are for channel 5, and we're going to be able to closely mimic those, we hope, all right? So first things first, I'm going to try to plug this in and just see what happens. By the way, I can't use a mouse when there's no mouse hooked up.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So I'm going to just lay this controller over here. This computer has one USB port on it.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to just see if I can plug this in.
Can you see?
I can.
Or do you want the light?
No.
Okay.
I mean, you can turn the light on, I don't care. But I'm just saying, sometimes you can energize the system with the USB port and sometimes you can't. So why don't I do this first? I'll leave it unplugged from the computer first, and then I am going to try to get this plugged in because I don't want to have to pull this whole motor housing out. You know what I'm going to do?
Yeah, forceps.
Forceps, because I can't quite reach. I can't get enough support in there. Okay, now I may have to battery this. I'm not 100% sure. Frankly, we haven't tried it yet. Okay, so we're just gonna go like this. Careful with the heli, Brian, don't break it. I think I'm in.
Okay.
Okay, now, listening. Is this volume down or something weird?
I don't know.
I heard a noise. Okay, come around. Oh, holy crap.
Okay.
So we are definitely hooked up to that thing. Okay, so I plugged into that thing and I can't use the mouse anymore. So I'm just gonna see which port. So there's only 2 that populate, 6 or 7. So I'm just try 6 first and see what happens. Anything. Flight controller is not detected. Okay, so I'm gonna go to 7. Okay, so it's not detected. So give us just a second, we'll come right back. All right, so we hear that there's sub-response and I can see lights on the flight controller right here, okay? So if you kind of poke your head around, you'll be able to see it. Okay, now, what I was trying to get the camera crew to show, and we kind of missed it here, I'll try to see if I can get it to pop up again. I want you to see the notification that pops up from Windows, okay? So it's coming up with some sort of a wake up screen. Hear that? And then it's gonna give me a notification, hopefully. If not, also I just wanted to show you that we were reading the details of the engineering parameters and so on and so forth, okay? And it is, you know, somewhat helpful, but it's, you know, mostly useless, okay? So as you can see, that's what you're dealing with, okay? Remember, that is geared to the H1 setup. So even though we have something happening here, we don't necessarily have any software to necessarily drive it. And so that is the predicament that we have right now, is exactly what is going on channel 5 and what are we commanding with 2000, 1000, or 1500 and 1000. And how do we impact that change? Can we change from 1000 to 1300 or some other value? Here's the problem. Previously on the H1 setup or H2 setup, as far as I understand, this was like 1300. Well, now we are at 1000 calling out 6G. So you see my problem, my predicament is that we need to figure out on channel 5 what is actually happening here. What are we calling out and how do we impact that? So I feel the only way to do it is to actually impact change through the flight controller. And for that reason, we're gonna have to figure out how to get connected to it. Now I'm gonna show you why I believe that to be true, okay? Now I'm gonna unplug this. I think it's pretty evident that we've got that thing turned on. It is possible that we have to battery that, okay, before it'll work, but I'm just gonna show you another alternative setup. Of course, this is gonna be this helicopter. So let's go straight to USB, okay? This is USB-C, so it's ambidextrous. It'll go up or down, or front or back. Okay, so now it goes purple, look. So now it says setting up device, setting up FlyWing, blah, blah, blah. Okay, now I don't know what COM port that's on, but it says COM 8 or COM 7. So I see some thinky thing happening. Okay, so this is actually opening up the helicopter. Now, that matters because now, look, 146 total flight minutes. That's pretty cool. So now it's connected and you can see it says disconnect here. So the main rotor, here's the settings. Collective pitch, cool. Okay, parameters. Look at this. Acro 3D, GPS attitude mode. Okay, 3D security, collective pre-compensation. Okay, so these are all settings that can be changed, but look at this. Whoops. This operation will automatically write the parameters. I didn't change anything, did I?
No.
Sensor. Okay. Oh, look, you can change your current voltage.
Oh, nice.
Okay, which is pretty sweet. Oh, look, you can even see the GPS, okay? So, in the main setup, you get all these different things, okay? Go back just a hair, please. There you go. Then we've got the main rotor, okay? You got absolute trims on all that, which is pretty sweet. And then you've got parameters. So you see maneuverability, soft mode, standard flight, and sport mode. So right now, standard flight, 72 kilometers an hour. That's pretty cool. So you can set the max speed. Braking force, so that's the thing where the tail, like when you're in GPS mode, doing this, how far it's gonna drop down. Self-stabilization. See, and this says Acro 3D and then GPS attitude mode. But you see those two? There's not a return to home on there because I think what's happening is when you go to that mode, it just simply returns to home, okay? So it only goes home in that setting. Whereas GPS and 3D these are the two modes that are being demonstrated on this screen, okay? So my problem is what I'm connecting, the dots I'm connecting we're not gonna be able to do that until we have access to it through a tool like this so that we can make the changes to these modes, okay? So look, this security, 3D security is off. I don't know what that 8 means. And if I go to sport mode, I just don't want to lose this. So can I do a print screen on this real quick just in case it would lose it? Print screen, do I have to hit function?
Yeah, or control.
Okay, we'll figure out real quick. Okay, so I took a print screen of that just in case I have to replicate it, okay? Then I'm gonna just click on sport mode and see what happens. Yeah, see, it just changed. So the right's complete, and then the soft mode, okay, right complete. So you can see it really drastically changes that stuff. And then standard flight, I just want to make sure that that's the same. And so I'm going to go back to this screen. Yep, looks the same to me. Oh.
No, your miles max.
Yeah, I went to 54 kilometers an hour instead of 72. And then 95. So this needs to go back to 70, 72?
Yes.
You guys see why I did that screenshot, right? 38%, 38%, okay? So here's 38%. And again, why would that change? Why would it change just by looking at a different mode? Swash gain, 82%. Then swash expo, 62%. Roll rates, 45%. Okay, so I need to change that down to 40. Okay. Mm-hmm. And then we're going to go to agility as 50. And then, tail rate's 37. It needs to go to 30, to 25. Yep. Okay, so there's 25, and then collective pre-compensation. Okay, so now that we've seen that, we know kind of what's going on maneuverability. Okay?
So did it keep those parameters? Looks like it, yep.
Yeah, but how would we know if it kept them?
I don't know.
Okay, so the other thing too is, the biggest thing we're finding right now is that this says H1 heli. Is it possible that it is capable of hooking up to this because it gave us a different port number? Remember when it said port 8, COM port 8? Maybe we didn't wait long enough. So I'm gonna disconnect here. So it says read complete. Okay, so I'm gonna hit disconnect. And then I'm gonna reconnect. Just stay where you are. I'm gonna hit reconnect. Why am I doing that? I wanna see if those values got stored. Mm-hmm. Okay? So for those of you that aren't used to hooking up computers to machines and stuff like that, this might be a little bit daunting. Don't let it be daunting, okay? Because this is just kind of, unfortunately, part of it. What is all that? No RX signal?
That's the same.
Oh, that's if we were hooked up. Okay. So the parameters, looks like it saved the parameters.
Yeah, 72.
Just real quick, we'll just blast this up on the screen. You guys can see they're about the same. Yep, 72, 72, 95, 8, 3D security's off, okay? Yep. All right, so definitely good call for taking a screenshot. So word of the wise, take a screenshot before you play with this, because if you click on sport mode or soft mode, you're gonna lose all your settings.
Yeah.
So dumb. All right, so now that we have established how that works, there's also this little weird icon up here. What is that? Wonder what that is. See that?
H1 light.
Can't tell if it did anything.
Version 2.0. It changed the color at the top.
It did. I wonder what that means. Whoa, it's green now. Oh, you know why? Because you could have multiples hooked up. You could actually hook up more than one helicopter at one time.
Oh.
And that way you would make your assignments so you could change the color.
Differentiate
between your tabs so you can tell which helicopter you're hooked to. So you see how that color's changing each time? I'm gonna go back to orange. Or whatever that is. Okay, so fine. So now I can disconnect. You can also tell the total flight time, 146 minutes. So that definitely will help us to identify that it's hooked up to the flight controller, okay? So now I can, and that's the other thing too, is if you sit in your helicopter and you say, hey, I crashed it on a maiden flight and it says like 2,000 minutes.
Right, that's a long maiden flight.
Yeah, it's like you flew a long time on one pack. Okay, so now that's disconnected, okay? Now what I wanna do is I wanna figure out if we can get this thing to wake up, and maybe if we go to a different port, we'll be able to see it on this system, okay? Unfortunately, it's a little bit hard to read, so I probably gotta do this again. By the way, just be super careful. This is kind of a flat cable, so I've got the ability to hang on to it with my forceps, but I'm not biting it hard because you'll damage it, okay? The other thing too is if you aren't sure what you're doing and you're uncomfortable doing this with the blades on, go ahead and take the blades off. It's not that big a deal. But remember, you got a tail rotor too. The tail rotor is powerful. And if you're gonna take blades off and you're really worried about starting this thing up on accident, you better be smart and take off your tail rotor too. Okay, so that's all the way in. I can see the lights flashing, and it definitely gave us some beeping patterns. So now I might need to play with this just for a minute and see if I can get it to connect. All right, so qgroundcontrol.com. So let me just show you what this looks like. Q ground control, there's a Q ground control installer, and you're gonna have to give permissions for every step that you take. And that is a lot of permissions. And when it first gets on your desktop, it's gonna look like this. It's got the Windows like shield, like, oh no, it's gonna be a virus. So like I said, so it's finished. We installed Q ground control, not H1 Lite, okay? So I just want you guys to understand when you're done so we can hit close. Now I don't know if it's probably not gonna auto open, but I'm just gonna show you real quick. If I jump in here, I'm gonna go to a new browser, qgroundcontrol.com, okay? Hit enter, boom, there it is. Then it's download, right?
Yes.
That's where I do it. So I went to download, and then basically you'll go to the correct system installer. So like for me, it's Windows 64. So download the executable, blah, blah, blah. So just do that. Once it does it, it's gonna download, and then it's gonna be like, oh yeah, you gotta trust it, and are you sure there's guaranteed there's gonna be viruses and all that, which is pretty much what you're gonna have to go through.
Great.
So, and then you have to give permissions to all the different, all the different drivers. You have to allow them to install, because Windows is just gonna wanna puke this whole thing out and spit it out.
Great.
So we'll be right back, just give us a second. Okay, so I am just making a shortcut so you guys can see this is the installation thingy, and then this is the actual ground controller, okay? So we're gonna open ground controller. It's probably gonna like immediately populate all of our credit card information, social security numbers, all that stuff.
No, there's like 14 more steps in the video of how to get it hooked up.
So basically, you'll notice that we're already hooked up to the machine. We've already established a connection to it, and as with any other software-driven device like this, you have to depend on software to actually do the things you're trying to do with this. Now, you're also going to notice that I am not hooked up with a battery or anything, because you can connect to the controller and energize the controller from your USB port, okay, which is not uncommon, at least as it pertains to the, if you don't want to like see the controls working, because you can actually do that. Okay, so now Windows Defender has tried to block some features. We're going to allow access.
Stabilize flight mode.
Okay, so I'm just going to allow access, okay? All right, so now this application's opened. So you've got the Arduino pilot. The vehicle is not running. Okay, so it definitely, okay, so we're going to have to, we got a map on here, so I got to hit okay. Measurement units, Imperial system. So it's giving me warnings, and I hit okay. Okay, so it definitely knows where we are. It's got a map, and so because it's got a map, we're not going to share that part. The vehicle has failed a pre-arm check. In order to arm the vehicle, resolve the failure, okay? So you can also set your home, which is kind of cool, and you can see on the map all the stuff. So we're not going to share that.
Battery 1 low voltage fail safe.
Okay, great. So now I got to figure out how to do the next step.
We'll have to look through that video and kind of go step by step. But if it's
because
showing
right now, and with regard to the way this thing works, you basically have a live like satellite feed of, you can see a satellite image of the property and all that stuff, which is pretty sweet. So like you could hypothetically somehow see some of that, and it's giving me audio feedback, which is obnoxious. So, all right, we'll get to the next step and come back. All right, so we're on this Q ground control, and I'm gonna just click this thing, and then I'm gonna go down to vehicle configuration, okay? Then once we're on vehicle configuration, we should be able to show the screen. Of course, it's got like a literal map of our place. So we try not to make it too easy for the crazy people to find us. It's all obviously not too hard anyway, okay? So we'll try to hold right there. And then basically what you can do is you can see these different settings, okay? And look, flight modes, that's what we're most concerned about. So we'll click on that, and guess what? Channel 5 is the flight mode. And then look at this. There's our motor interlock on channel 8. So guys, real quick, just so we can confirm this for you. Of course, this thing is off. We just have the power from the USB, so we don't need to worry about safety. Okay, so over here, look at this. Channel 8 is the motor interlock. And look, channel 5 is our modes, just like we talked about. Now, a couple things to keep in mind. What does channel 7 do? Channel 7 does the return to home. Look at that. Channel 7 is return to L, or return to L, return to land. It's going to give us a stupid warning about the voltage here. And so right here, this is what I'm saying right here. So this is channel 5. So channel 5 here is right there. That's what we're most concerned with, right? So this is up. So that's the full position. Like if we were in spectrum world, it'd be plus 100. And in the middle, it'd be 0 in spectrum world, of course, which is what I'm most used to. And then at the bottom position or down position, we'd be at minus 100, as indicated by this pulse width modulation, emulation, monitor, however you want to call it, okay? Now, I don't know what pulse width modulation that top is equivalent to. I don't know what the middle is equivalent to, and I don't know what that's equivalent to. But I'm just going to go with, let's just assume the top of the range is the top of the range, the bottom is the bottom of the range, and the middle is 0, okay? So evidently, these are the values in FlySky, right? How do we know that? Because if you would happen to have it in fly mode, the flight mode, you can see what those settings are. And you're thinking, oh, cool. So you've already got it set to 2 or 20, then 15, and then 10, okay? So those are the corresponding outputs. So I'm gonna turn that back off because we wanna keep our panic switch, which we show in the unbox build radio setup, which we'll probably show at some point during this video. But anyway, the whole point is in channel 5, we have 6 modes. And you're like, why are there 6 modes? We only have 3 switch positions. That's because in some combinations of matrix, you might want to do that, okay? So you can see this flight mode channel, it's set to channel 5, okay? So flight mode 1 happens to be the lowest pulse width modulation setting, okay? And guess what? Then in the middle, you've got altitude hold, ATT. And then up here you have loiter, and you're like, then what's loiter? That's GPS, okay? So think of the helicopter just loitering. It's gonna hold still, okay? But they also have drift, land, circle, avoid ADSB, that's pretty sweet. And all sorts of other crap, zigzag, system ID, heli, auto rotate, auto return to land, turtle, whatever. I don't know. Whatever those things are, I don't know what they do. But what I want to do is I don't want to have just stabilize. That's not good enough for what we want to do with this heli. So in flight mode 1 or flight mode 2, one of these two is going to be representative of this pulse width modulation. Now, there is a way to tell what's going on, okay? So in summary, you can see what's going on radio. You can also see what's going on. Guess what? If I were to turn this thing on, I could actually see what the values were on this at that particular setting, okay? So that would tell us what the values were, I believe, okay? Now, also going back to flight modes, you remember the summary? We jumped over here to flight modes and it jumped down to flight modes for us, okay? So we obviously have do nothings on all these. We've used channel 10 as our mix for our, bring everything up 50%, bring it up from here to here, or bring it up if we happen to be here to there, okay? So depending on what position you're in, pressing our panic button is gonna bring us up one layer. So this is the most dangerous, this is the most safe, okay? Mm-hmm. So we're loitering here in GPS, okay? Then we have ATT here, which is fine. I could really care less. That's an okay setting. I don't have a problem with it. But then down here, we want 3D, or whatever would be equivalent to the behaviors that we experience on these systems, okay? So the problem is, as you know, they call out different values on this system than they do on this system because this is so much more sophisticated. This is like basically a full-blown drone controller, okay? So it's really complicated, and I don't know this stuff because I don't do it, okay? We're at this point now by sheer happenstance and luck.
And lots of
My wife
waffling.
reading things.
Yes.
Okay, so we know that this setting is what we want, loiter. We know that this is what we want. But my concern right at the moment is I am not 100% positive that this is it. See, because that's 1750 plus. My camera crew thinks that this value is a value that's being called out in terms of pulse width modulation. So if this is pulse width modulation, then that would make sense because 1500 is consistent with this range for altitude hold. Look, 1500 would clearly fit between 1491 and 1620. So also loiter is anything 1750 or above. So that would be consistent with what we have there. And then guess what? If we wanted to stabilize, we could leave stabilization here. And guess what? 1300 would get us back to 6G right there, guys. You see that?
Right.
So if we wanted to go back to that, we could just leave this setting right there. And then if we ever decide to change it, all we have to do is go into our flight mode, turn it on, and then we can make a change on that setting from 1000, which we're going to set to a 3D configuration, to 1300. And then we would just change our label, and we would just change our label. And you can type by just clicking on that. It's super precise. See? Okay, so I'm going to just hit back. I'm not going to change that right now. But you guys are getting the drift of what you're picking up what I'm laying down. This is going to be our regular loiter mode. Then this is going to be ATT, altitude and pitch and roll, so auto leveling. Okay, so it's going to allow us to slip and slide, which is good for a beginner. It is kind of a cool middle mode. And then this one is going to be the full 3D effect. Okay, so what do we want to do? We want to change the flight mode 1.
Battery 1 low voltage fail safe.
Which is going to be between 0 and 1230. In our case, it's going to be 1000. Okay. We want to change this from stabilized to one of these other values. Okay. So just, I can't use the up and down arrow to just show you, I don't think. Yeah. See, it says acro now, stabilize, then acro, then altitude hold, or altitude hold, then auto, then guided, then loiter, then ready to land or return to land. And then circle, then land, then drift, then sport, flip. And I'm thinking between all these choices, we would want either sport or acro. And look where sport is. It's way up here. I don't know which one, but I'm going to go with probably acro is probably what we want. Now, let's say that we're wrong, okay? The thing that's cool about this is that that is only going to be relevant in this switch condition. And as soon as I press this button, I'm back to ATT. Okay?
Right.
So we have very little to lose except for the entire helicopter and my pride.
And
success in general. All those things. Just those things.
okay.
So now that we have figured out how to hack into the system, which I know hack is a very loose term here, because at the end of the day, this is way too much work to get a helicopter that should have come out of the box doing this to do this.
Yeah.
And by the way, if they have all these ranges that they can set, why not set acro there? And check this out. Watch this. Look, I can set acro there, and guess what I can do here? Sport. Watch. So now if I want to do sport, I can just do sport in 1300. If I want to do acro, I just leave that bottom switch setting at 1000. You follow? Then guess what? I can even go up to 1400 then, and I can get exactly what I had, 6G. And all I have to do is go into then my flight controller and change that value there by clicking on this in fly mode, more precisely, and I can change this value. Okay, let's say I want to go to 1300. I just change it to a 13 and I hit check. Done.
Because
now I don't have to reprogram the flight controller. I just pick which range I want. So like I take my phone out, I snap a picture of this, and now I know what the ranges are going to be. So if we're wrong with Acro at 1000, then all I have to do is switch it to 1300 to go to sport. And then if 1300 doesn't do what we want, we can go right back to 1400 without even hooking it up to a laptop again.
But that's with flight mode on, which means your panic switch doesn't work.
That may be true, but there's another way to do it. And that's what I was going to show next. So the other thing you can do is, this is just for the test.
Okay.
Just for the test. So I want my best bet to be down here. Okay. So I want my best bet at 1000, which is my best bet, is Acro. That's what I believe it's going to be called. Isn't that what you were looking up?
No, I'm voting for sport.
You think sport?
I think sport, but I don't know.
This is super precise.
Just based on my reading.
So this touchscreen is super precise. Okay, so that's good. And yes, you can type in that number too. You guys see how this works? There we go. So 13. Don't worry, you can be as annoyed as you want. It will not click any better, okay? Okay, so there's 1000, there's 1500, and there's 2000. Now, the other thing you could do is if you knew you wanted to have an intermediary of some sort of another value, you could just set this to GPS and this to whatever and this to whatever. But the thing is, remember, the safety comes from turning off this mode, and then eventually, okay, you can make mixes and offsets on that channel 5.
Right.
Okay? So because look, there's your settings for channel 5 right now. So then what you would have to do is you would have to go into your settings. You would have to change the rate and switches, assign switch. Wait, I don't know, what is that? That's switch C. So switch C. Oh no, I don't want that. I want it left on null. I'm sorry, that's the wrong spot. Rates, is it rates and expo? Nope, that's not what I want. Mix. Yeah, you could set up a mix, or you could set up aux channels. So there's channel C is on channel 5. I am not sure how to do that yet. I'll have to dig into it. But my idea is with fly mode on, that's the easiest way to modify this downward position from 1000 to 1300 to 1400. And then of course this would stay at 1500 and this would stay at 2000. But my panic mix is designed to work when that is off.
Right.
So you're gonna have to find whatever you want, make it 1000. That's what you want your setting. So you think we need to start with sport. Well, whatever, then let's change it to sport. So this is gonna be sport, okay? This is gonna be then Acro, which is, and then this one's gonna be 6G. So basically, what we're setting is gonna be, and I'm gonna write this up here, like right here, okay? Sport is gonna be equivalent to 0 through 1230. Mm-hmm. And then Acro is going to be equivalent to 1231 through 1360. And then 6G is going to be equivalent to 1361 through 1490, okay?
Okay.
So there's 1, there's 2, there's 3 options. So with this being the default, AKA the 1000 setting.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, because maybe I'm the only one that doesn't know this. When you program that on the transmitter, whatever that number is, you go in there.
Oh, you could do a 4th one too.
Yeah, you could do another one.
Yeah.
But when you flip that switch and it's calling out 1000 or 2000 or 3000 or whatever it is,
what that sweep would look like in the menu.
Then that is calling out what that
Whatever
flight mode is that you set there.
So like for instance, right now this switch is going up. So the up happens to be this direction.
Right.
So it would go to loiter.
Yes.
When you flip the switch to middle, then it would go to 1500, pulse width modulation 1500, which puts you right into this range. So I'd point at that.
Yep.
Okay, and then when you point it all the way down to the 6G, 6G would be 1000, which brings you all the way to this one, which would be, in our case, now sport.
Sport, now.
Okay?
Okay.
Now, here's the catch. I don't know if I've written those values to that or not.
Okay.
And there's only one way to test. And I have to test off camera because I got to go back and forth with the map. So we'll be right back when I figure it out. Okay, so sorry, I got to block the screen again. I'm going back over to this queue thing, and then I click, and then I go vehicle configuration, and just jumping back into the menu structure, you can see that we clearly have those values still set. Now, if in doubt, unplug that SOB and see what happens, okay? I've now unplugged it, and there's nothing there. So now, for a moment, Camera Crew's gonna show you my awesome list in case you need to like pause it and look at it. It's pretty useless. But I have now plugged back in my USB port to the flight controller, and I am now going to reopen the application for ground control. And we're just gonna take a look here. You can show them the switches. Okay, so I am going to, again, click on the queue, and then I'm gonna go to application settings. Whoops, excuse me. I'm gonna go to, sorry, I gotta exit that, my apologies. Vehicle configuration. Okay, we're there again.
Okay.
And as you can see, going back into vehicle configuration, it stored the settings.
Okay.
Why do we know? Because when I unplugged it, it did. Oh, there is a barometer.
Yeah, I noticed that earlier.
So basically, this thing has tons of features that I don't need or care about as a helicopter pilot. But it is really cool that those features exist because you could do fun things with them. Here's my issue with features that I don't need or want. They're complicated and you have to figure out how to use them. And then that adds to me a layer of risk of complete and utter disastrous failure.
Right.
Embarrassment and physically being punished by a physical thing like that.
Yeah.
AKA crashing. That would be bad. So now I just need to figure out a good way to test this, which is probably going to be flying it to see if it works. Once I establish whether it works, I am going to go ahead and unplug this, by the way. I am going to go ahead and carefully unplug this. Now, that little board that is accessible is a little bit hard to reach. So just be aware, it is possible, and it seems to be mounted on like a squishy pad of foam, okay?
I remember when you were putting it in that
Yeah.
we commented that there was like a little access port there.
Yep. And we didn't think a thing of it at the time.
Nope.
But here's the thing. I will love to stand corrected on how easy or hard that was. But I'm going to tell you, I've never had to click so many security bypasses to install a piece of software in my career.
And we cannot get the app to download on any of our old phones
Yep.
to get the Bluetooth connection to work. I've seen a video of it, but we can't do it.
We can't get it to work. So we're not sure what the deal is there. It probably doesn't mean a whole lot because, frankly, I'm guessing you're going to end up having to use the computer for this application, okay? That's my suggestion. At this point, sport is our default at 1000 in the bottom switch setting, okay? Now, I did show this on our unbox build radio setup, but let's go ahead. This is the Cobra. So I'm going to go to settings, system. Oh, excuse me. Where is that thing?
Your mix?
Yeah, mix. I have one mix turned on to channel 10, mix to channel 5, -100, -100, and position 0. So when I press this button, what I'm calling the panic button, it moves me up one setting, and you have to have fly mode off for that mix to exist, okay? So channel 5, since we're all the way up, nothing happens when I press 10 except for 10, right? Then when I'm down here, it pulls it up. Or when I'm down here, it pulls it up. It just goes one step up, okay? So now what else do you have to do? You have to do one other setting, and that is you have to go into settings, and we have to go to, where is that thing? System, sticks, factory. You don't want a factory reset, screen lock, stick adjustment, under function. You have to turn on auxiliary channels, So I'm gonna go to aux 10 or channel 10. So channel 10, you have to make an assignment to a key, and then you have to choose key 2 if you're wanting it over here, which is what I want. Now, keep in mind, I take my hands off of the collective almost never when I'm flying in real heli mode, because otherwise it's gonna go down, okay? But every once in a blue moon, I take my hands off of this. You might find that you'd rather have it over here. Well, you can do the exact same mix on both keys. But if you do both keys and you press both keys, you're gonna move it up 2 steps if you copy that exact setup, okay? And you're gonna use up a full channel. Again, one of the many reasons why I don't care for this transmitter and I wouldn't recommend it for a virgin application. There's way too many limitations on the software setup. And there's way too many features that don't really work all that great, but they do technically work for these things, okay? So we try to tell it the way it is, and just keep in mind that that is a bent with my personal preferences and also relationships to these different companies that we have heavier weight with. Like for instance, Spectrum, we use all the time. I used them way before I worked with Spectrum, and I know them better than I know the others. And I'm still learning stuff all the time. Okay, so if you're expecting this to be a 5-minute project, technically you could cut out all of our buildup and you could download the software, click yes to all the spyware, you know, viruses and everything, install Q ground control, and then you could actually, I'm gonna delete the install file, by the way.
Okay.
Which is only about 161 megabytes, just so you guys know. But the application itself is not like, I think it's got some pretty sweet functionality.
Are you going to use any of it?
No, but some people might.
Right.
And I mean, you can set up other cool things. So like for instance, one of the biggest things that I noticed about this system that it doesn't have that this one does is that they use this channel to control different features.
Right.
So if you're in the correct mode, then you can command a normal flight mode, a 0 fly, or an 8 fly. So you can fly in a figure 8, you can fly in a 0, or you can do just normal flight mode. That's pretty cool. And then they have this invert, which I don't even think is activated on most of them.
Right.
So in this feature setup, you could have it fly a zigzag, or you could set up a pattern and you could download it to the flight controller and then execute that, I believe. But I don't want to get into any of that crap. I just want to be able to fly it, which is what we're doing. Now, obviously, we're not going to leave it high and dry. We're going to let you see if this worked and whether we ended up having to change
where we ended up
from Sport to Acro, which we started with Sport.
Yep.
Or if we had to go from Acro back to 6G with our tail between our legs, okay? Because that would be failure in this circumstance. Okay. So the cable worked that came with the helicopter, and that's stuff that we like to show is when infrastructure that's provided with equipment works, we like to show it. It's not like this is something magical. You can get a USB-A to USB-C at Walmart right now. You can order it at Amazon, whatever. I don't care where you get it, but it did come with the aircraft. And it's a pretty long cable too, which this is a nice cable. Sometimes we get short cables. In fact, this helicopter came with a cable to do things, I think with the charger too. Or maybe, oh, I take it back. This might have been for this. There was some, yeah, it was for this maybe.
Oh.
Okay. So there is some potential for firmware updates on the transmitter. That inactivity alarm drives me crazy, by the
I
way.
wonder if you can adjust that somehow.
I'm gonna just turn it off. Yeah.
Well, we're done.
So at the end of the day, if we solved it, great. If we didn't solve it, we're gonna tell you what we did next to solve it. But it is tedious and frustrating sometimes to watch Brian Phillips RC try to work through a few of these things. The reason that we drag you through is not because we don't know how to click a few buttons and edit a video. Although we don't do a lot of that, we want to teach you guys how to do these things and not just how we did them.
Yeah.
Okay? There's a difference between learning how to do something and learning what we did. You may be after what we did, and this might help. You may be after learning how to actually do these things. And admittedly, there's so much more that you can do with this flight controller that I don't even want to get into because First of all, there's a lot of things you could do that would really screw up your helicopter. And there's a lot of things you can do that would make the helicopter cool. So, namely, being able to fly it like the Bell 206, which I love. I look forward to flying it. It's one of my favorite flying helicopters. Does that mean the Cobra is going to take over that pole position? There is a high probability that I am going to like that Bell, or excuse me, that Cobra, enough that it would take pole position over something like this. But I'm going to tell you something. The Bell 412, four-bladed, amazing helicopter. I set up the little panic button. BO 105, amazing helicopter. Set up the panic button, works great. A lot heavier, a lot bigger, a lot more different flight. Huey, amazing. Set up the panic button, love it. I can fly them just like I flew that for our little demo at the beginning of this video, okay? That is the experience that I want. Now, that's where it gets better than something like this. I can't turn off that feature.
Right.
Whereas with this one, I can fly just like this. Just like the Blade 230, the Revo 230, the Revolution 230. Just like the Eclipse 360, just like the Eclipse 360. The sport flying mode doesn't mean you're doing TikToks and upside down flying all the time. I just want to fly it like I fly my airplanes, which is the way I want to see it fly, and I want to command and control it exactly the way I want to fly it, so long as it's not ends up in a tree. But frankly, these flight controllers can help you avoid that too. So
Right.
This might have done the trick, and if we answered your questions, guys, you'll be seeing the proof in the pudding here very shortly. Now, keep in mind, we also mixed in those other features. So all we would be doing is we would be switching back to the flight mode. We would turn that back on, which means we lose our panic feature because that mix disappears. You cannot mix to the flight mode for some stupid reason.
Right.
Because channel 5 is populated on there. So you would go into the flight mode. Of course, you have to unlock it first. Okay, so it's unlocked. You go into fly mode, you just hit on. Then it turns on. You would flip to the switch condition you want to modify, and then you would change that pulse width modulation value. Okay?
Okay.
So, but for me, I'm leaving it off. I'm hitting no carefully, trying to hit no. There's a reset button up there, and it's right next to a button. So I'm going to turn this off, and then I'm going to hit back.
Okay.
And then I'll lock it again.
For now.
Okay. So at this point, we really appreciate you guys watching. Obviously, you're going to see the flight. And if we answered any of your questions, smash the like button, click the bell for notifications so you can subscribe to Brian Phillips RC. Are we going to call this a repair series?
I have no idea what this is.
I don't know what the heck this is. But I mean, it's not like you're ordering a part or anything.
Right.
This is like a pre-repair series where you learn how to repair by crashing your helicopter.
Great.
That you just bought.
Let's not do that.
But at the end of the day, guys, I'm going to extract what I want to extract out of this hobby, and I know you guys are the same way.
Right.
That's why we do it. That's why this hobby is so awesome. But I got to admit, I know a lot about technology. I have my limits just like everybody, and I am stretched all the time when it comes to these flight controllers, helicopters, and every random setup from China.
Right.
You got to remember, China, listen, we don't know all this crap, okay? Off the top of our head. We don't build these things all day, okay?
Right.
If you sell this to an American market, you need to set some of this stuff up so that it's a little easier for us to make an easy mode, help us, maybe have like some manuals.
Well, that's what I was just going to say. You need good documentation. I can read a lot of junk and figure stuff out with you.
It's really
it's
bad
painful
sometimes. We spent like 3 hours on this.
Yep.
And it was like the kind of 3 hours that you don't want to do.
Yeah.
Doing it so that we could regurgitate this. And it seems like we're bouncing around a lot, but we're making points. We are building points.
And we got somewhere. We actually made progress tonight. I wasn't
we might have
sure
solved it.
we were
I'm
going to do
surprised. Yeah. So I want to test it. I want to see how this works, and we're going to do that next. Guys, thanks for buying stuff from the links. That's the #1 way you can help us get away with beating back at the manufacturers when they do things that are sort of like, well, what the heck, make you scratch your head, right? The echelon of helicopter, this should not have been something you had to do. But that being said, here we are, okay? Also, when you buy the stuff from the links in the video description below, first of all, you don't pay any extra. It's just, they just know we sent you there, okay? So if we helped answer a question, That's how you can get us back with a few bucks worth of commission. It does help and it does add up. Usually not 1 or 2 sales does that. It's like lots of them, okay? And we really appreciate you doing it. It's the easiest way to financially support us. Just you guys didn't, if you didn't already know, that's the best way. Our ad revenue is like this compared to the other channels because we do long format. You would think there's tons of ads. There's really not. The people that are bang, bang, bang doing shorts, getting 750,000 subscribers, they're making the money on ad revenue. We tend to have a different angle. We're trying to sell people product more than we are trying to do advertising revenue because we're less into the creative, artsy, fartsy crap, and we just want to show stuff working, okay? And then the flying, I mean, I don't know, you might call that creative. But at the end of the day, we're not trying to make a fun video. We're trying to make a tutorial video.
Right.
That takes you from a very confused to slightly worse confused to like really pissed off to, oh, we fixed it. That's the way we
Life with Brian Phillips.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, believe me, it's the way it is in real world too. So hopefully we struck a chord with that. We answered some questions. That's the way we do it on Brian Phillips RC. We don't leave you high and dry unless we are left high and dry with you, okay? As far as we're concerned, we were mostly high and dry on this because we had to do way too much digging to get to this point.
Yeah.
Okay? All right. Thanks for watching, guys. Flight next. Oh, by the way, other ways to support us. Patreon for monthly support. Thanks for being monthly supporters. YouTube members, monthly support. YouTube super thanks for one-time donations. Thanks for the YouTube super thanks. We see them. It warms our hearts. It helps us understand that we're not just talking to a brick wall, okay? Which is what my wife often feels, okay? Then also we have PayPal if you don't want to be part of those clubs. And then we have a PO box. If you're going to send something, just please let us know. Otherwise, we won't know to check. All right, awesome helicopter. Frustrated about some of the details. We should not have to do those details. Those details should have been settled. But there again, these are subjective matters when you get right down to it. Just like should be really, really obviously subjectively the same is my thoughts.
Or super easy to fix or change if it's subjective.
Yeah.
Like make it easy to adjust.
Like we have a landing gear switch for one aircraft, okay? Hey,
right.
You know what? You got 3 position switch. Gear down, gear up. Do something else with it. I don't know.
Right.
Instead of like home, why don't you just do what they did on every other FlyWing? It seems to be working. Which, by the way, to me, it seems like, don't fix what's not broken. And you guys are probably thinking that about this video. I get it. You know what I'm going to tell you? I want to fly this thing. I want to fly it, really fly it.
Yeah.
Not pretend fly. That's what this is.
That's what I'm for.
That's what this is. When I got down and I couldn't tip the thing, I'm like, are you kidding me?
Right.
It was palpable in my brain.
It was.
I was holding back.
Yeah, I know.
But then I handed it to my 8-year-old.
Right.
And he flew it. And I handed it to my 16-year-old, or however old they are.
Yeah.
And then I handed it to my wife, which was crazy. What? You're welcome.
Thanks.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, they're trying to minimize their warranty claims. I get it. And I kind of don't blame them for that because it's got to be a real pain in the neck to deal with. But yes, links in the video description below. We'll link to that one. Obviously, yeah. I love that Bell. Yes. It is an awesome, awesome helicopter. It is not our first FlyWing, by the way. We had a FlyWing 450. We had a FlyWing 200, I think, years ago. That was a bang.
We had a Huey.
We had the Huey.
Yep.
But then that was, I think, our second big FlyWing.
And that was the one where you came inside and you were like, holy crap, I can actually fly this. But I'm not scared because the GPS, you were like...
The GPS.
Yeah.
And that's in.
And then you could...
That's in GPS Baby.
Right.
Right?
But then you could turn that mode off and you could fly it.
No, I never felt that. You want to know where I felt that?
What?
Revo 235.
Yes, for
because,
sure.
230 and 330. Blade 230, Blade 330. That was where I started to connect in my brain. I might be able to do this.
Yeah.
But then I didn't dedicate the time to it. Flash forward a year and a half.
Yep. You've spent a lot of time.
Yep.
With helis.
That's right.
In the last year.
And look at all the helicopters here. This is what happens when you're an addict.
Yeah.
Okay? So pacify the addiction. Help me survive. Help my wife survive. Buy these things from the links. And just tell your wife, it is really for a good cause. I want to keep Brian's wife from murdering them. We're not supposed to say.
You get that on camera.
Sorry, I can't say that.
We have a very deep pond. And
Yes, that's right. So, no, we have plenty of barrel sites here.
Yeah.
You already know that. So, at the end of the day, we're here to serve the RC community. We're not just here to make a buck. And I fear that like some of our competitors tend to feel that way a lot because they don't really bring much value. But then other guys bring a ton of value, and they're really good, and I love their content too, just like you. I watch a ton of YouTube. That's how we started. All right, that's all. Stay tuned. Fly next. YouTube, it's Brian Phillips. Didn't you already see this video? No, you didn't, because we finally did something to maybe make this thing actually unlock. We're going to show you the whole process, and we're going to do it right now. Camera crew is going to very carefully take the controller. Yes, it's on, and we have a green flashing light, which is quite nice because we need that for GPS. We're going to take this thing off. We're going to show you all the stuff we did and all the things we did, and now we're going to test if it worked. Instead of 6G, we've set up Sport, Acro, or Stabilize, which is 6G. And we have to do some modifications to endpoints if we need to get those. But again, this is just the culmination of the video. So we're gonna go 6 down to arm, just stick down to arm, then we can go to run. Okay, stay back.
Okay.
You know how to jump, okay?
Sure.
We say that when we film, but guys, it's only a joke if you're not the one with that
You
thing
don't have to
10
do
feet
it.
from your head. Okay, remember, we're in GPS. This should be like normal. Nice slow and up on the sticks. It has not taken my head off yet. I consider it a success.
Perfect.
Okay, staying in the shade. We're just gonna watch this thing go for a second. Obviously, it's rock solid. The cyclic controls, everything is working exactly like what we remember. Seems just maybe a little bit jumpier than I recall. But you know what? It's doing what it's supposed to do, and it's definitely doing it okay. All right?
Okay.
So now I'm gonna go a few mistakes high, and I'm gonna just basically put it into ATT as I'm slipping forward. Okay, so forward and then into ATT. A little bit of a jank, and it's just slipping and sliding, and we're definitely good, but I'm definitely noticing a little bit more of a tendency to vibrate. Might have to talk to the guys at Flish about that, if we could call those guys and speak Mandarin. But obviously this is sweet, and this is fun, and this is what most people are gonna be absolutely demanding. But now camera crew over here to the edge of the shade, please. Okay, so it's definitely doing all the things we want. It's holding attitude and altitude in ATT. Now I'm gonna go up higher, and I'm gonna be prepared with my panic. Now, how do I know I'm in panic? How do I know my panic button works? I'm gonna slide in ATT, and then I'm gonna press the button, and guess what? It worked. So it pulled me up 1/3 of a shot. Okay, so now the final test, even higher. I need time in case my switch doesn't work, which it should. I'm gonna hold this button, which should put me in GPS, and now I'm gonna be in ATT. So while holding the button, you can see it'll slip. Now I'm gonna be flying it. Okay, so this is sport, okay?
So you're in sport now?
Yep, but it's still auto leveling, okay? So, but it's not even actually doing, it feels like I'm still in ATT because it's still holding the altitude, okay? So sport must not be the setting, okay?
Because your switch is all the way down.
That's right. So what we wanna do is we wanna change that to Acro. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to GPS, and I'm gonna land right away. So it's just me doing it. Okay, so in GPS, it's me doing it. Definitely notice a little vibration there. Okay, so down and stop.
Okay.
So now that it's stopped, we can actually have it in stop. Now, because we know what we're doing, we might be able to get away with this, okay? But if you're not sure, I just want you guys to understand, you're probably safer to undo the battery on the helicopter, which we're gonna do. Okay? So it must have known that it landed, or it just reached a battery level that stops it from flying. We'll find out which one it is here in a moment, but I'm gonna go ahead and be on the safe side and unplug it, okay? So now, this is where I want you, okay? So I'm gonna click on this. I have to unlock it. Okay, now that it's unlocked, I can turn this on to demonstrate. There's 1500 and there's 1000. So obviously, and we didn't change our label here. We could, but we didn't, okay? So we wanna change that to 1300 for Acro, and 1400 is what we basically already have. In fact, let's go over here, because you're not being able to see that, are you? Come over here. Okay. All right, fine. So in order to do that, I still want to have my button work for the panic. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn this back off. We're going to walk out of the menu. We're going to go into settings, and we're going to go to endpoints. And then I'm going to scroll up to channel 5. And I'm going to set channel 5's endpoints on the negative side. Whoops, wrong one. This touchscreen leaves a lot to be desired. Channel 5, negative. Okay, so now how do we figure out what 1300 is equivalent to here? It's not like a 3. You take 500, okay, is the step. From 1000 to 500 is what we're dealing with. And then from 500 to 2000 is the next step, right? Well, we want to step somewhere between 1000 and 500. So that's 500 difference. And we want to go to 300 instead of 1000. So what's 300 over 500? So that would be 6 over 10, right? So 0.6 should get us where we want to be. So this number becomes 0. This number becomes 6, right?
I think we did that backwards.
Oh, we did that backwards because we have to remove that value.
Right.
Because this is pulling us back all the way down. So we want to be 4.
So we want to be closer to 1500.
We want to be the offset. Yep. Yes. So, yeah, exactly. So we're going to hit check mark. Now we can go back and check our work. Sweep over. See how it's up in GPS. Now it's in ATT. You see where it moved now? So that's definitely closer to the center, which would be closer to 1500 than it is to 1000. Okay? So now we should still keep and maintain our control, but I'm going to be in GPS when I start, and we're going to go ahead and start this back up right now. We'll just do it live for you. The reason that this all matters is because we're trying to make this thing tip so I can pitch and bank it and basically fly the thing like I want to fly the thing. And if this doesn't work, I'm going to be super bummed. But I've been bummed that one time before by an RC manufacturer in China. Okay. All right. So we're looking at the light. We're doing nothing really special here. We're going to wait for that to find its GPS signal. And just for grins and giggles, we'll listen to beeps. You can see the blades moving, the swash moving, the collective moving. It's always good to see that. And you can also check the direction of travel so that you can make sure that you're not going to have it like come towards you when you pull the stick. I mean, it's one thing if you have an airplane where the ailerons are switched. The airplane's usually way out there crashing.
Right.
But this is a helicopter and it could be close to you. So let's just focus on that light. So guys, we hope that this video is helpful. It definitely took us a lot of effort to put it together because we had to go through lots of difficulties with applications from China. And actually the applications weren't from China. They turned out to be from somewhere else. I'm a little bit fearful that this battery might be too low to actually arm.
I hope not. It's possible.
Well, if it is, then we just switch to the other battery. It's not a big deal. But it is sitting there like it's not going to find it.
It's not too close to the house, right?
The ATT, no, that makes no difference.
Okay.
I mean, unless we were under an overhang or something like that. There's plenty of GPS satellites. Even inside the house, we had 28 GPS locks last night.
Oh, okay.
When we were testing.
So yeah, we should have been fine.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to ATT and see if it changes the state. It doesn't. And so basically none of the lights are changing. So that tells me that we're probably in low voltage. So we'll pause, we'll swap batteries. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna put this 4000 with all the adapters in. So we get down to XT60. This is a smart pack, the 4006S. Okay, so one of my biggest complaints on this heli is the battery is big and we don't get much life out of it. We're gonna investigate that later, but it is just a battery. You can always get a different battery. It's just a little bit of a disappointment when you're talking about such an expensive turnkey solution. You know, you want it to be actually going to do what it says it's going to do. Now keep in mind, you need to be below this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this sideways so that my leads drop under, okay? Now, you might want to build some sort of a holster for your battery. We've been known to make foam pockets, and that usually works pretty good. But the only reason that would matter, guys, is if you're doing heavy 3D. And, you know, frankly, the stuff I'm going to be doing is going to be G-loading this battery into its stall position. And there is technically this bolt to help keep it in position, okay? But you still don't want to tempt fate, guys. Okay, so we're in stop, up, up, up. Good. Good. Okay, so all the switches need to be up for it to arm. And you're going to notice a difference in behavior on that top light. Keep watching it. Okay. All right, so now we're listening. We're just being observant. I'm just going to switch through the modes. Yep, I'm hearing the noises. And now we just basically wait for the GPS lock. Obviously, with that battery, it's going to be fully charged, ready to rock and roll. And unless we had some sort of an auto discharge, which I don't think we did, then we should be good to go in just a matter of moments. And by the way, if you ever do have this in a weird situation, okay, and you start up, I don't know what the lights do, but I don't believe it'll let you turn on the transmitter with these in the wrong condition, okay? So the other thing too is, if we go over here, you can tell that our GPS is definitely in GPS, so there's no reason that this would be prevented from starting. And it's definitely responsive. And the noise that's coming is coming from that device. It's not coming from the transmitter. It's very faint in the video. I doubt you guys can even hear it, but it's nice to be able to hear. I'm not sure why it's not finding GPS. This is pretty frustrating.
Yeah.
So we might pause and wait. When it comes back, we'll let you know. So I quite literally picked it up and moved it like 3 feet, and then it just worked. I don't know, maybe it didn't like that spot, but either way. Okay, stick down and in. Okay, light condition changes, go to run. Now we're gonna give ourselves a wide berth. Now remember, we didn't change anything on the top or the ATT, we only changed the bottom setting. And so hopefully this doesn't change the flight performance. Blades must have got knocked a little bit when I picked it up. Okay, so we'll go up with it. Okay, we'll let it get up to altitude. We'll just let go of the sticks, make sure it holds. It's definitely holding nicely. It definitely feels a little bit more touchy. I don't remember it being quite that touchy, and it might be something else I changed on accident. So then we're gonna cyclic forward and let go. Yep, auto correcting to a stable GPS position. Okay, same thing here, side to side, seems a little jank. Okay, going up a little bit. Now we're gonna go slide forward in ATT. And as you can see, let go and it slips. And then when I press my panic button, it pulls back one setting. Okay, so now we're gonna go up a little bit higher and we're gonna test this setting now. We should immediately see the altitude drop, except I'm gonna cover the panic switch and I'll call it out so that you know when I'm pressing it. So I'm in ATT right now. When I press that, now I go down one. Now it should be in ATT, it is. When I let go, oh yeah. Okay. That's it. There it is, guys. Now I can fly it. It's unlocked. That's what I wanted, guys, come up. Okay. So guys, I'm now flying it. It's me. Oh yeah, it's a little bit nervous, but it's flying very good. Okay, so I'm just gonna do this very carefully now until I get the hang of it. But you guys see what I'm talking about? I can pitch that thing way over. Now I'm gonna press my button to simulate a panic, and it goes to ATT. I could set that up to go all the way to the top of the range all the time, which would take me back to GPS. Now, watch how much I have to get into the sticks. See this? Now I switched. Yep, I'm definitely able to tip it over. And that's what I want. I want to be able to tip this thing over, hopefully not on top of my car. Now, it takes a while to get used to a helicopter, guys. And yes, it does look like I'm flying a lot like what you guys saw, but that's because I'm being very patient with myself on this heli, just like I would on any high performance aircraft. I don't want to destroy it immediately. Oh yeah, that is gorgeous.
But now you can destroy it.
Well, wait, can I? I'm actually feeling like it might automatically disc level still. Maybe it's just slower. Okay, so hold on. I gotta figure out if this is automatically disc leveling still. It's definitely giving me more range, but it looks like it might be limiting me. You see that?
Is that all further you can go?
You see it's not letting me tip any further. Okay, so let's watch. I don't want to give a full stick input. Yeah, see? That's all the more it's gonna let me do. What the heck?
Okay.
Flight controller, stupid flight controller. So we're gonna have to learn something new. I don't want to learn something new. I just want my awesome helicopter to be awesome. Right overhead, you good?
Yeah.
Now, is this better? You bet it. You bet it's better. Look how much I can tip it. Now, is it better enough to justify all that effort? Probably not for us, but for you, you just get to copy the money shot.
Right.
So, also, a little bit more aggressive on the throttle or collective, which means I can get out of trouble a little quicker. Where's the manned aircraft?
Way, way up high.
I assume that so much. Okay, good. Just wanted to double check. Thank you, camera crew. We had an airliner going over. So guys, is it the end all cure all? No, but can you prowl like a Cobra would prowl? Oh yes, yes you can. You could not do that in ATT, right?
Right.
You could not
tip
brake
that
like
much.
that.
Nope.
But it doesn't seem to be auto leveling. It's just limiting my bank angles, which is like lame.
So maybe there's another setting.
There's got to be another setting, folks. And I definitely changed settings. I can tell. This thing is flying a lot different.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily a good thing because, guys, I didn't want to change any of the other settings. I only wanted to change one setting. And to my knowledge, that's all I did change.
Yeah.
But guys, it is definitely better. It's more of what I wanted, and that is a good thing. The brakes are worth it right there, just breaking away. It's so gorgeous. Man, the color. Holy crap, that scared the schnikes out of my balls. That thing just went straight to home.
Yeah.
Holy crap, did it scare you too?
Oh yeah. I assumed that's what it was, but...
I mean, I knew it as soon as it happened because I was like, what the heck?
Yeah.
I was like, what happened to my sticks? I'm gonna lose the helicopter. And of course, we're right there.
Right.
But guys, just so you can see, I'm not touching nothing and I am in that mode.
Right.
Oh, woo! Okay, well, that's...
Get you going in the morning?
That'll get you going in the morning. Okay, let's get up close. Obviously, that was low battery, and I've gone now to stop, okay?
Okay.
So what have we learned? We learned that the actual value that we should have done is Acro 1300, not Sport 1000, okay? So Acro, which is 1300, is what we want to change our setting to. So we've already changed our endpoints to accomplish that. But the truth is, I am guessing that within the flight controller, there is either another setting that we missed,
right,
that we need to dictate for that particular switch condition.
Yep.
Okay? Or, which there's 5 of them. You can have 5, not 3. We just happen to only have 3 positions on the switch.
Yep.
And that's how we got away with setting up more than 1 for this particular test. There's actually a setting between GPS and ATT. So I don't know if I could go out and find a 5-position switch on here, and that'd be sweet. Then I could just like have 5 different modes. I would love that. So if anybody knows how to do that, if they've ever found a 5-position toggle switch like this, let me know. I'm kind of curious if this thing would take it. I mean, it's basically an analog emulation on the switch. So that all being understood, very cool improvement, not cool enough to justify the amount of time we have in it, but it is enough to justify the time you'll have in it. So if you guys watch this video, we're gonna go back in time, and we're gonna start, that was rewinding. And we're gonna show you how we got where we are here, which is a big improvement. Then, in real time and space, the camera crew and I are gonna do a little bit more investigation, and we're gonna get that thing to full strength. I wanna be able to tip it all the way. Now, if we can limit the angles, and I'm at 45 right now, because that's about what I was seeing, about 30 to 45 degrees, somewhere in there. Okay, if this is 90, I want a 30 to 45 degree. No, I want to make it so that I can turn the dang thing, you know, all the way over. I want to be able to go negative degrees. I really don't want to limit my bank angles at all. I want none of that crap. I didn't get a helicopter like this so I could be babysit, but I want to be able to babysit myself by flipping a switch.
Right.
Okay, so that's the beauty of this hobby, is about the time you think you got it figured out.
But now we have the application.
You got to learn something totally new.
Yeah.
You didn't even let me finish. So at the end of the day, does this breathe new life into the Cobra that should have been there by default? Yes. Was it enough to make the solution good enough? I think the answer is kind of no right now. I feel like we're close. It was a big improvement, but it wasn't a big enough improvement. And so I know that there is a setting somewhere that is gonna unleash hell and damnation on this helicopter. I mean, on its victims. I just hope that's not me. So Cat, what are you doing? The cats always decide to come out next to the deadly objects. Hey, what are you doing? So at the end of the day, we want to help support the RC community. If you watch our videos and you haven't connected the dots yet, that's because you haven't watched enough of them. Because we have thousands of videos that are just like this, me beating my head against a brick wall, failing to get support from China, and helping to bring some level of support to you guys. Now, I do want to warn you, if you play with your flight controller, there may be some small little glitchy behaviors that I did not notice before, okay? There was one screen that I clicked into and it said like rudder, and there was like a slider bar, and it was like over in the middle where my cursor was. I thought I double clicked into it and fat fingered it from nothing to the middle. It is totally possible that I need to bring that back to the middle. I didn't mention it because I thought it was just a technical mistake on my point. And it was sort of off camera because they show like a map of our exact position. This thing has so much going on, it's insane. And yes, ground control does have an Android app. It's 62 megabytes. It is extremely complicated, and it's supposed to be able to connect to this and do all sorts of insane, cool things. And I don't want to do any of that stuff. I just want to unlock the full potential of this flight controller. I mean, it'll do FPV feeds, all sorts of stuff. It'll do camera on and off. It'll do stills. It'll do tons of stuff. It'll do head-up display. It'll give you a live GPS location. It does all sorts of crap. So when I say GPS heli drone, I really mean it on this one. Sometimes we say GPS heli drone and there's GPS and it controls its absolute position. This also has a barometer that controls its absolute or altitude position, okay? So there's so much going on in this, it's incredible. Do we need all those features? Do I want all those features? The answer is no and no, unequivocally. I'd rather have an H1 that is reliable, steadfast, tested, and true in that beautiful helicopter. I'm sure there's a reason they added that. I'm sure they'll explain it to me someday in a comment. But at the end of the day, buyers set the stage for what we want. And that's the thing, is China is going to have to respond to some of these things from guys like me, because we're the ones that help drive this, okay? You guys help drive this. And with you and us and others that are involved, we can help drive the decision-making to where we want it. Why don't you shave off $150 and put in a cheaper flight controller that does all the crap we need and none of the insane over-the-top stuff we don't want? So, that all being said, if you're going to do a head tracking FPV system, maybe that's what you need. But I'm going to tell you this right now. There's a very small niche market of a small niche market of a small niche market, speaking of the RC community,
right, that's
going to want that. And so I'm like, okay, great, offer it as an upgrade, because it's way over the top for the average Joe.
Yeah.
And I don't consider myself an average Joe on much within the RC community anymore. I consider myself an average Joe pilot, but we are very involved and very headlong in all these things. So we have more communications with more factories than most people have ever in their life. And I wish I didn't, because I just want to fly them. I just want to enjoy them. But we want to advocate for the hobby, and we want to make sure that we're directing them in the right direction when they ask our opinion, and they rarely do. But we do give feedback.
We do.
So at the end of the day, I think we answered some questions. We have a little bit more work on this, and I don't know if that means there'll be another flight, and this will be in chronological order, but
I don't know.
I'm not sure, camera crew. I think we can't leave them hanging like this.
Probably not.
So there'll be more to this video, but we really appreciate you guys. It may end up being a follow-up. If it is, guys, we're not trying to milk this cow. We're just trying to get it done, okay? And the truth is, some of you guys already have this. Some of you may have already figured out the best way to do it. If you do have some tips or tricks, let me know in the comments below. Also, there may be a way to emulate old H1 behaviors, and that might be another thing that we could tap into so that we could call out different positions that we were used to calling out from other FlySky transmitters on the FlyWing offerings, not the Flish offerings. So, and then additionally, just to be clear, even though we talk a lot about FlyWing on this is a FlyWing controller, we think. Except we don't know.
No,
at
I
all.
don't know.
It's not actually a FlyWing controller.
I don't think it is.
So, but we're just not sure what the L7 is.
No.
So maybe they just don't want to use their competitor's brand.
There's not a lot of documentation.
The documentation is like, Chinese, beginner never should try.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks for letting us know that. You got our money.
Yeah.
You shipped 2 gigantic coffins to my house with a 4-pound object in it. So anyway, the concerns are very true and real for Flish RC, and those concerns will slowly be addressed until we have a very functional machine of amazing RC experience. They're small problems, but they are still like problems. They're not Dynam problems, but they're still problems, okay? They're not coming out of the box and being a total turd. They're not coming out of the box and requiring like hours and hours and hours of tedious assembly that you just basically can't do because you don't have the skill as a regular Joe. You can do all the stuff. It's not hard, and it doesn't take too long. It just takes a long time to film it. When you're nervous about stuff because it's a beautiful, expensive helicopter, you don't want to crash it, you're going to be in that same boat. But the things they're doing right are building an absolutely gorgeous platform. Now, let us use the platform, right?
Right.
All right. Thanks, guys. Come back for more. All right, so we're back inside. Some time has passed, admittedly, but we're going to get back to changing and fixing the things that we didn't get right on the first go-around. If you recall, we just couldn't tip, and I did find on one of Flish RC's videos that they have a limitation on bank angle. She's going to come over here, and what we're going to do is we're going to go through that. Also, I found another thing in passing. This happened accidentally. I realized that there's a protective screen on this, and that means hopefully it'll work better because the touch screens suck. Every time I watch somebody try to use them, they stumble and bumble around trying to hit keys just like I do. So if you do, you're normal, okay? So don't feel bad. All right, so what we need to do is, camera crew's gonna come back around. I wanna show you something. So we did find the application is called Mission Planner, and it looks super similar to this, as you can tell, but we're not connected. And so ironically enough, when I click on these little icons here, you can see like work tunes and my Chevy. I've got a Chevrolet Silverado, of course. And so you would see on this list a Bluetooth module that would be consistent with this helicopter, the receiver, the L7, okay? But because it's not showing up, that tells me that we aren't energizing it with enough power and amplitude to actually get a connection on Bluetooth. So I thought about this long and hard. I was like, okay, well, I don't want to get whacked in the face with these. I don't want to hook up the 6S because if something would go wrong, it could hurt me. And so I was like, why don't I just try using a dead battery? That's my backup plan because I don't want to have to pull all the blades off. And make no mistake, if you pull off the main blades, it's not that big a deal. It's like 2 bolts. Just take them off if you're not sure, okay? But in my case, this will not run the ESC to the extent that it should arm. It won't even arm, but it'll be enough to run the BEC, which is the battery eliminator circuit, which would then run our receiver at full force, okay, I believe. But this is also gonna know that we don't have enough power to fly, and so it won't be ready to arm, okay? So that's my get by if we decide to do that, okay? Now, what do we need to change to get back to where we were? If you guys recall, when we were outside, when we flipped the switch, we now have this mix bringing us to the Acro, because stabilized was what we had before and it didn't do the thing, okay? So real quick, I am hooked up to the receiver, or not the receiver, but the flight controller. So vehicle configuration, we'll click on that, and I'll try to kind of expand this a little bit here. I'll see if I can blow this up. It is not the most user-friendly interface I've ever had in my life, and there is gonna be some glare, so you might wanna like see if you can get a, nah, that ain't gonna help. Okay, so then right here, I would just come down a little bit. So right here, we've got the different things going on. The other thing is I'm gonna mute this because I am so sick and tired of hearing about the battery warnings. So this loiter is GPS. So we've established that. There's flight mode 5. We can't reach that particular pulse width modulation. Altitude hold is the ATT, so it's attitude and altitude. Then stabilize, that's not where we ended up, okay? We did not end up in flight mode 3. And then Acro and Sport. And if you want to see more about these, just click on that. That brings you down to this tab. So then you can tell it's on channel 5, which you already know from the transmitter, it's on channel 5. And so as we scroll through these, this is actually the top of the switch position here. So 1750 plus, you can tell we're actually calling out 2000 on here. And how would you normally tell? You would normally tell in fly mode because it would be on. See, 2000, then 1500, then 1000, okay? That's the neutral standard setup out of box. And incidentally, we're gonna go back to that. But because I wanna have my panic button, I have to turn off the mix. If you have fly mode on, you cannot simultaneously mix to channel 5. It is the stupidest thing ever. Why not just let us mix to it? I don't know. Stop limiting our features, manufacturers. Thank you. Okay, so this needs to not be sport because I want to put it back to the bottom position, which would be like 1000. So the closest we found was Acro, correct?
Yes.
But just in looking at these different values, we have, I'm just going to start at the top, stabilize, then Acro, alt hold, auto, guided loiter, RTL, which is ready to land, circle land, drift, sport, flip, auto tune, pause hold, so position hold, brake, throw, avoid ADBS, guided no GPS, smart RTL, flow hold, follow, zigzag, system ID, heli, auto rotate, auto return to land, and then turtle, okay? So I think what I wanna do is I wanna go to Acro, and then this Acro can, you know, stay Acro as far as I'm concerned, except because we can switch around the modes, why don't we just, for grins, why don't we put it back to what they had, which was stabilized, right?
Yes.
Because that's kind of like the default.
Yes.
And then this one's also stabilized. It might not be a terrible option to have a couple other choices here, like sport or flip. I just don't know what flip might open up the angles. And that might do what we need to do. Then over here, you can see channel 7 is ready to land, which is over here. This is channel 7 is tied to switch D, okay? And then of course we have the kill switch here, which is motor interlock on channel 8. Now, if you're not sure how to test this, all you have to do is go down, you can see channel 8 move, but you can also go to the mixes by going into setup and then scroll down to mix. Or excuse me, not mix, but auxiliary channels. Okay, and then just be careful when you hit this. It'll give you a chance to reset that feature. So you don't want to reset that. So 6, 7, switch D. This is switch D. They've covered it up with that label, and that's switch A, which is over here. Okay, so switch A, B, C, D. Okay, so now that we've confirmed all these things and I've given you guys evidences for our belief system, we're going to continue. See how this says Sport 1000? Acro 1300, stabilized 1400, that's just gonna now be 1000. So in order to do that again, because we wanna keep our panic button, I want that channel 5, I'll scroll back up, channel 5, I want to demonstrate all the way over, which will get us to 1000 pulse width modulation, okay? So we'll go back to mix. We're gonna go to, not mix, we're gonna go to endpoints. And then we're gonna go to channel 5. And on the negative side of channel 5, instead of 40, I want to make it 100. And then that was the max throw. Okay, so 120 is the max pulse width modulation that you can call out on this particular feature. Okay, so now that we walk back out, if we go over to the monitor, we can see that channel 5 is now all the way up, middle, or all the way down, with the panic bringing you up half a step each time, which is exactly what we want. Also, now the radio system here is going to receive everything exactly the same way, except it's going to see the full down pulse width modulation and the full up and the neutral, right?
Yep.
which is kind of a bad way of putting it. It's going to see the 2000, it's going to see the 1500, it's going to see the 1000, okay? So what that means is when I unplug this, the change has already been made that Acro will now be this setting. So I'll need to redo my label at some point. And I'm just going to redo that real quick by taking this pen and just changing that to a 0 and then crossing through sport and crossing through stabilized. I'll make that nicer later. Okay. And I can eliminate modify endpoints or re-enable flight mode. The reason we show you our entire process on Brian Phillips RC is because many people show a process, but they don't show how they got to that process. They don't help teach you how to get to that process yourself, and we aim to do that. So we need to change that. This is what I wrote down right when I came in. Good handwriting, right? Then fix fly sky back to bottom. We just did that. Fix limited banks, and then fix jumpiness with rudder. Okay, so there was one setting that happened as a result of more than likely my own failure. Okay, I had fat fingered into a menu, and I think it was sensors. You might need to go back just a little bit. Motor. Oh, there's power. Wonder if this is going to give the stupid annoying warnings. Okay. Safety. Not that. Heli. Oh, see, parameters are missing from firmware. Okay, so maybe running an older version. Okay, so these are the different things you can make adjustments to as well. I know that there is a certain setting that we have to find as well for the maximum. Oh, look, here's the throttle curves. That's sweet. Okay. Tuning, that's where it is. So parameters are missing from your firmware. You may be running a version of firmware which is not fully supported. Okay. And I think it was RC pitch roll feel. Slide to the left for soft control. Side to the right for crisp control. Climb sensitivity. Okay. Roll pitch sensitivity. Okay. Access to auto tune. Roll and roll. Okay. Warning, this setting should be higher than spin while armed. What?
Spin while armed is the one right above it.
Oh, minimum thrust? Okay. So I don't know which one of these I did at all. There's also camera. We aren't using it, and that's okay. Then remote support shouldn't matter. And parameters. And, oh, okay. So here's the standard. Okay, so look at this, guys.
Oh, no,
what?
That's not it. I was just thinking because those were similar. Maybe that tells us what they do.
Yeah, I don't know what all that's going to do. And then there's firmware settings as well. Okay. Okay, so this is the other thing too that we haven't played with. This should show you the stick movements on the screen here. And this is going to basically pass through, so you'll be able to see the changes happen if you have this system on. And that, a lot of these features are visible on here, but they're completely different layout, even though it's got the same look and feel on this Mission Planner app. Okay, it did install, it was available on the Android Play Store, which is good. We said originally that it wasn't, but that's because we were looking for a totally different system.
Yes.
Okay, so flight modes we've got set. We've changed all that to where it needs to be. The only thing that makes me nervous is there is a certain thing that we need to adjust to allow for the tipping, and we're gonna find that next. Okay, so this is the Flish video that we're gonna unpause. I just want you to see the difference in the application that the Chinese have and what we have. It's similar, but basically they do have what appears to be the same application they're running here. Of course, I'm not connected to my device yet, and so it hasn't loaded some of the specifics in the Ardu pilot setup. And there's a lot of cool stuff in here. So this guy named Michael Osborne wrote the software, and it's like, it's crazy. I can't believe it's super versatile. But the crazy part is, okay, so first power on the helicopter to connect the flight controller with software. We normally wouldn't do this, but I guess Flish, you're welcome. So basically the vehicle setup is here. He's doing vehicle setup on his app here. I'm not going to use this app. I'm just going to use the computer because I think our American version is a little closer. But what we're doing is we're searching for max angle. Max angle, okay? So now we're gonna go do that. And by the way, I didn't mention that. That's Mission Planner Early Access by Michael Osborne. Or is it Osborne?
It's Oborn.
Sorry, Michael Oborn.
Sorry.
Thanks for making software. Okay, so we'll come right back.
Okay.
All right, so basically we're back. I'm not sure where we left off here, guys, but what you do is you go down to parameters. So this is similar to what the Chinese guy was using in his video. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to this search bar and we're gonna search for angle max. Angle underscore max. And this is a parameter that's stored inside of this app, this device, okay? So when we click on that, it says 30 degrees. So it's 3,000. So it's 30, this is 3,000 C degrees. So it'd be like, I don't know, like centidegrees, okay? Maybe that means something in real world. I don't know. I'm not in engineering terms. I'm not sure what that means. But the max is 80,000. So I guess maximum lean angle in all flight modes. So you're telling me that I have to limit my angles?
In the same in every flight mode?
Yeah, that's
crazy.
So stupid. Okay, well, whatever. We're gonna put the max in there. Okay, so I'm gonna save that. And then it says avoid angle max. Avoid max lean angle in non-GPS flight modes. Ooh.
Used to avoid obstacles while in non-GPS.
You're not focused.
Oh, sorry, I was reading on the
Go
actual
closer.
screen.
Here, you've done this, and then you can read it from there. Okay, so modify this. In-flight can lead to vehicle instability, possible vehicle loss. Make sure you know what you're doing and double check your values before saving. Okay, so we basically want to be able to tip. We want to be able to tip the helicopter 90 degrees. 90 degrees is here. Okay, 80 degrees is here. Like why would you ever limit the angle on a helicopter to 80 degrees? I want to be able to fly this upside down.
Right.
So to me, this is completely unacceptable. There's got to be a change. So max lean angle used to avoid obstacles in non-GPS modes. So that's an obstacle avoidance value. Mm-hmm. So like if it's doing an obstacle avoidance, you don't want it to go more than 10 degrees to veer from course, okay? So if you went to is there a max?
4,500.
No, that's only 10 degrees. The max is 45 degrees. So the max you'd be able to go is like that. Okay, so that's fine. I'm not gonna change it, but I'm gonna hit save anyway because we did open it, okay? And then loiter pilot angle max, position control angle max. Ooh, look at that. Loiter maximum pilot angle reduces lean angle set to 0 for 2/3. The maximum vehicle lean angle is still limited by PSC angle max. Warning, modify that. Okay, so let's see what that is.
But in loiter, you don't want it to lean, right? You want it to stay.
PSC. Well, what I want is position control. Position control angle max. Okay, so we got to figure out what it is. If it's going to be a different value for when we're in what mode? Acro.
Right.
So let's see if there's an acro setting. I'm gonna hit cancel there. Let's see what words come up with acro, okay? Underscore. Okay, so acro is what we're in right now when we pull our switch all the way down to the lower position now, okay?
Right.
So that's already been set, it's in there. There is no going back now, it's already been changed to, we changed the angle max, hold on, we gotta write this down. Angle max, angle underscore max was
1,000.
1,000. And then we changed it to 80,000.
Just 8,000. Yes.
Yes, 8,000. That's right. So this is the max. This is the max. And this is the default, right?
Correct.
So we changed it so it's like 80 degrees. And this was 10 degrees. That wasn't right. It was 30. It was 30 by default. That's what it was. It was 30. The other one was 10.
The other one was 10.
Okay, so my apologies, guys. All right, so now acro balance pitch, rate at which pitch angle returns to level in acro and sport mode. Ooh. Why is it returning at all?
Well, you can set it to 0.
Really? Warning. Whoa. Whoa. Maybe that's what we need to do. Because then this limit is irrelevant. Or we change this. So it looks like, okay, so this one's gonna be the Acro balance pitch.
You also have...
I know.
Okay.
And then roll. Okay. So you've got the same. So what we need to do is we need to potentially change these from the default of 1.0 down to 0. Or, you know, if you think of it like this on a sliding scale, you've got 0.1 through 3. So you have 30 total steps, okay? Right? So 30 steps. So you have discrete changes. We're at 1/3 value right now. If we reduce this down to like 0.1, you would still have the benefit of, I mean, or 2 or 4 or whatever's comfortable.
Right.
But like, to be honest with you, I don't really want it to come back to level at all in Acro.
Well,
But it might be kind of cool if it would just sort of automatically tip and populate itself. It's almost like thinking of a boat sinking, or not a boat sinking, but a boat floating along. You know, if you want a really dynamic water, you know, it's going to appear to change the pitch more. So I wonder if this is going to deregulate how well you can fly this helicopter in wind. Because if you upset the helicopter and it's trying to achieve level, then this value could actually cause it to be pretty crazy, almost like a stabilizer. Okay, so I think what we need to do is we need to change. So this would be like 0.1, this would be like 0.2 and 0.3. So we'll change it from 1. Okay, so that's like the default. Why am I writing all this crap down, people?
Because we won't remember it later.
Because it's impossible to remember this stuff, even though we film it. Okay, so what we're gonna do is this is like this isn't the min, this is approximately the min, but it's still active, okay? So 0.1, okay? Save that value. And then this value we can save to 0.1 as well. This is actually a pretty awesome tool because you can read what the description of the activity means.
I wonder what that one is.
Okay, so Acro mode options. A range of options that can be applied to change Acro mode behavior. Air mode enables ATC throttle mix man at all times. Air mode has no effect on helicopters. Oh. Rate loop only disables the use of angle stabilization and uses angular rate stabilization only. Okay, yeah, I don't know what that means.
Okay.
There's an Expo medium roll rate. So 360 degrees per second. So you can only go, ooh, 4. Okay.
14 things at a time.
So this is going to be the, well, we know that we're changing Acro. We know how to arrive at Acro. Listen, guys, this is what we do. We learn how to do crap. This is how we get to Acro. Now we know how to modify Acro's behavior. What's wrong with that? Nobody else is showing how to do this, and if they are, they're doing it in Chinese. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so which one? So we're doing Acro, RP rate. Okay, so the default is going to be, the min is 1, but the default's 360. So 360.00 degrees per second, okay? We're gonna change that to allow for more speedy roll authority, okay? Now, remember, you can do 1080, so what is that, 3 turns? 3 turns, how many is this? Just 360 times, see, 360 times 2 would be 6, 720. Okay, so that'd be like 3 times. So what if we just did double that? So it'd be, we can't do math on camera.
No, 720 would be double.
Okay, so 720. So that'd be double, 0.000. Always put precision in machinery, guys. It'll probably add the precision, but some machines are pretty dumb, and you can actually change a placeholder, even though the decimal is readable to the human. The machine may not know that. That may become a placeholder. That placeholder may not exist in some machine code. So be very careful. And it may actually move over and look like this is the beginning of the word. And then that doesn't exist. Oh, that's what happens in...
Be bad.
Yeah, industrial controllers, you gotta be careful about. So that's degrees per second. So that's mine. Okay, so that's like double.
Yep.
So approximately 2 times, okay? So this is approximately the minimum. The actual minimum, actual min equals 0, okay? All right, so then what else do we have to play with? We have, so we already changed that. Acro roll pitch rate control input time constant. Unknown. Acro, so low numbers lead to sharper response, high numbers to, so it is at 0 or unknown, okay? Acro trainer.
There you go.
Leveling and limited. Type of trainer used in acro mode.
What are the options?
Warning. Okay, acro trainer. Okay, so this is acro trainer. And you guys want to hear about a role reversal, okay? So here's the thing. When I know how to use a tool like this, I appreciate that the tool exists. I still firmly believe I was correct in my assessment. A near $3,000 helicopter shipped to the United States of America for this type of client should already have
this
turned on by default as one of the features with the warnings. They could even make one of those like missile launch control things that's got like a drop down. So you have to flip that up to turn it on.
Yeah. Or put it on that other unused switch. So it's like,
That's landing gear.
well.
Okay, so listen, acro trainer, the default is leveling and limited, okay? Watch this. Disabled or leveling. Ha. Whoa, wait, but acro trainer might be different than acro.
No, but we're in acro.
Let's just go with disabled. This is my setting, okay? Disabled. Which some of you already probably thought that. So there's also, okay, so disabled. Ooh, advanced settings. Manual entry. The heck is that? Oh. So I don't know what the manual entry would be, but let's just take off the advanced setting and just say save, okay? So now this is the Acro yaw expo. To allow faster rotation when sticks at edges. Okay, I see what you're saying. So I don't necessarily want to do any of that.
Right.
I don't want to change that. Acro yaw rate.
But now that we've taken off that trainer mode, I wonder if any of the rest of this even applies now.
Acro mode, maximum yaw rate. But didn't we already set that? That's not the yaw rate, is it? That's the RP. That's a rate.
Rate.
Oh, crap, I don't know. Okay, so this one I don't know, but we're gonna wanna put this as a question mark, okay? And this is acro Y rate, okay? And of course, the default is going to be 202.500 degrees per second, okay? And we're gonna leave it as what it is for now. But the max is 360. Unknown and unknown. Okay, so this is control expo, acro, yaw rate, control input time constant. It's unknown. Low numbers lead to sharper response. Okay. Oh, you know what? That might be the one that was on that other screen too. Acro mode collective expo. That might be kind of nice, actually. That's in motion acro. I am in motion acro collective expo. So what that would do is, as you're leaning the helicopter and you have started moving based on the flight controller's understanding of movement, then you would be softening the sticks on the collective, Okay, so on the throttle stick. Mode 2. I don't know if that would be good or bad. I'm gonna leave it disabled for now.
Okay.
Because I don't know. So let's do 7 question mark, because that's another good one to consider. So I am acro underscore Cole collective EXP. And right now it's on disabled, and that's the default. Okay, guys. So what we're gonna do is question marks for those, because those might be ones that we want to change. So these are the ones that we changed. Admittedly, the top part might not matter because I'm kind of assuming that the limited means it looks to whatever the value is. Mm-hmm. But because we don't have it limited now, it should just allow us to crash immediately.
Great.
Which is what we're after.
Perfect.
And if it's terrible and it's very uncomfortable to fly, then I can go in and put those features back on by just going through this list. Now, there is one other thing we needed to fix from my sticky note, my El Stickio note, and that is the little jumpiness. And I don't know what I did, but I'm pretty sure it was in this tuning. And what happened was like I clicked on one of these and it went like that or something goofy, okay? And I don't know what one it was, but it was like on the screen and I thought it was pitch, roll, feel. Slide to the left to soften controls, slide to the right for crisp controls. Pitch, roll, sensitivity. And it was when this thing was like maybe in a different size on the screen, or maybe I did like that. And so when I saw the thing way over there, I'm like, oh crap, I've changed it now. Okay.
But maybe it was supposed to be over there.
Yeah, and that's my fear because I am honestly not sure on the basic tuning exactly what.
I wonder if we could find the defaults somewhere.
Yeah, I doubt it. Highly, extremely highly doubt it.
In Chinese.
But if you slide left for soft control, slide right for crisp control. My problem is, oh wait, slide to the right to climb more aggressively or slide to the left to climb more gently. Slide to the right if the copter is sluggish, slide to the left if the copter is twitchy. But see, that's a problem. They're all to the left.
Yeah. And it was kind of twitchy, so we can't go more to the left.
Oh, look at this. Optional tuning. Holy crap.
Goodness.
Yeah, go back a little bit, please, so I can see all that. Holy shnikes. So, yeah, I don't know if I want to mess with that crap. But that's on channel 6, by the way. And so, because we don't, well, except we do. We do have sliders.
Do they actually work, though?
Yeah, I mean, you have to set them up to something. Okay, we'll let this boot. I think we have to unlock it first. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing assigned to them. So let's just do that real quick. Let's go into settings. Is it system? Where is it? It's like keys or something. Aux channels. Okay, so let's find one that's not being used. Channel 6 isn't being used. That's just, what is that thing? VREX? Whoops. I don't know what that is. Variable RX? Variable A? Looks like,
ST.
the heck does that look like?
I don't. Apparently not what you think it looks like to me.
VRA, and then VRB. Okay, so I'm gonna go with this one. So this is A. Okay, so we'll do A. Let's go back. Now I can go back again. Then I can scroll over. Okay, so it's spring return to center. Okay.
Is that helpful?
I don't know because it's variable rate, but it's swept back to the center. Whereas a lot of sliders are not spring loaded. Now I'm sure you could probably take that spring out so that it just stays in a particular position. But if you imagine our sweep is corresponding to an output differential, then you don't want to like hold this and say, oh, it stopped jumping, and then let go and it goes back to jumping.
Right.
I'll hold it further and say, oh, it's pretty good right now, because I just don't think that's going to do it like a rolling knob, like a rotary knob would do. So I guess I'm glad that I understand that now, but I don't think that's going to solve our problem. So in order to avoid the possibility of problems, I'm going to go to channel 6 and I'm going to unassociate, whoops, from the areola. Sorry, that's variable rate.
I can see where you would be confused.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Just get up there and play with them. Well, anyway, so that pretty much does it, guys. I don't know what else there is to do because there's only 4 trillion other parameters. Like, this, look at this, parameters.
I know, it's
redonkulous. Look at this. Okay, so when you first, so go to like something else, then go back. Look at that little bar. Ah, it disappears so quick. Look at this, guys. Look at all that crap. And that's not all of them. That's just a few of them.
Yeah, then you can go to advanced.
You can spray with this.
Oh, make sure that's turned off.
Rally, pilot, on-screen display, cool. Land, I bet this is the in motion. There's all sorts of cool things going on here. I think we're done playing with this for now. We're gonna go fly it and see if it crashes. All right, so before we fly, I forgot this one thing. Okay, so remember this screen? First of all, I maximized the screen to make sure it wasn't like on a perimeter, because this thing, it's not immediately evident if you can scroll. This is a touch screen, what is it, a Surface or computer?
This one's just, it's just touch screen.
So at one point or another, I had mentioned that I had clicked, and I thought it was because I had clicked through, like fat fingered into a value here. And I know it wasn't the spin while armed, and I know it wasn't the minimum thrust, and I'm pretty sure it had nothing to do with climb. It seemed fine. It may have had something to do with this, but I'm pretty sure it was the middle bar. And guys, I am really sorry to admit this. I don't remember exactly where it was because I thought I had clicked it in error.
Right.
But then I read the description, and it says slide to the left for soft control, slide to the right for crisp control. So it's like maybe that was in the middle. For RC roll pitch feel, I don't really think it felt super crisp before. It felt super soft. But if this is where it was supposed to be, maybe that'll take some of the jumpiness out.
Maybe.
And admittedly, it was pretty calm the second day we flew this.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have a good explanation for it. I'm a little bit tempted to just leave this and then test fly it and see how it feels. If it takes away that jumpiness when I let go of the sticks, maybe that's what we needed to do. So I am gonna go ahead and just take a print screen of this, and I don't remember if I have to hit function. And I am going to mark this and say question mark. Test, okay? Right, and the whole idea is, guys, when you make changes to your flight controller, you better be prepared to put it back, because there is a possibility you're gonna get it wrong. Okay, this is the one I think I fat fingered. And if I screwed it up and it's worse, then I need to put it all the way back to the left, okay? But I'm not gonna do that just quite yet. So this will be my screenshot so I can save this and come back to it if I have any problems. Okay, so we'll do that and come back. Okay, so I saved that file as this is the value you need to fix if you decide the heli is more jumpy when you let go of the sticks. So if it's more jumpy, then I'll know that that actually needed to be over to the left, and there's some other function that we screwed up and I don't know what it is. Okay, so that being said, we've done a lot of learning, we've done a lot of playing. Also, the one thing we haven't done is I also wanted to show you one other feature that I noticed and I read over here. You can show this again. Okay. Under motors, they have this propellers are removed, enable slider, and motors. Okay, so if you were to do that right now, hooked up to just the USB port, I don't know if this is gonna draw like tons of power and like blow out your port, or if it's just gonna not do anything. But the other thought was, I was kind of curious to see what would happen if I tried to plug in a 3S, and I kind of wanted you guys to see what it's gonna do. So the spool up process is not like extremely fast, so I would be able to just quickly unplug this if we have a problem. But I just want to see if we can get a connection. So what we're going to do is we'll move just a few of these loose items, like my beautiful RC, Brian Phillips RC cup, which you can get those from brianphillipsrc.com / what is it?
I don't know, there's a merch tab.
Merch tab. I just want to see if I can get it to show up on the phone. So that's going to be the next test we do. Clearly, I'm not using a 6S battery right now. So if something were to start, like I said, I'm just going to literally unplug it. I'm below the blades. Let's just, if it starts, I'll have the full swing to get it unplugged, okay? So first things first, stop. Everything is off. Sticks are neutral otherwise. And then in the summary and then radio, this may come to life, okay? So I guess the other thing we could do is we could take off the blades, but I just want to see what happens here. Okay, so now keep in mind, I can yank this out right here, or I've got hold of the battery. I don't believe it's going to do anything, but look at this. Pretty cool.
Okay, cool.
So now you can see the actual feedback, okay? But as you can see, we've got the flashing yellow light on top. It hasn't started. I'm still in stop. I'm gonna go ahead and go down to Acro. Okay, so now you can see the servos move, which is good. So like if you wanna do some testing there, and then the collective up and down, which is nice. It's always a little bit scary the first time, but sometimes you need the blades on. Like if you're setting the pitch, you need to have the blades on. So I'm not sure, there's gotta be a good way to do it safely. And I think what the people that are the safest do is they unplug the giant motors. It's just not exactly practical to pull out this full assembly every time I want to do something like this.
Right.
So now that I have confirmed that it's not going to start running on me, I can go through the different various modes. I can see that my switch conditions have been transmitted clearly, and you can see the output. Now, keep in mind, in this mode, I can actually watch the movement, which is really nice. Even in ATT, I can watch the movement, but in loiter, for whatever reason, it doesn't do anything, okay? That's pretty standard on these systems. That's because it hasn't found enough GPS to actually work. Now, if you wanna just shoot the camera at me for a quick second, I gotta exit the configuration. Okay, we're still good. So as you can see, we have the live and real view of our property, and you can see that it is approximately correct on its location. It looks like our pool is not full of algae, which is kind of nice, and now that's gone. So it's a really cool tool. But now that we know that that's working, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just pull up my other app and see if I can find it on the device list, which is extremely hard on this screen, okay? So I'm just gonna see if I can connect to it. And if this doesn't work, it may not work. Okay, so I don't see anything in terms of which device would be here. Oh, excuse me.
I think there's some way you have to like name the heli, but I haven't quite
You can name the heli, but you don't have to change it. Because if you look in here, you can see that there's different like devices and stuff, okay? So those devices would be like similar devices, but you can't connect to it necessarily if it's not set up correct. And that's why I am concerned, okay? Because there's different methods to connect to it, and I just don't understand exactly all the way that that works.
Right.
Like one, it might be AT. What is this brand called?
Well, it's Flish.
Flish? No.
The AT.
What is this thing called?
AH1. Cobra.
No, not the Cobra, the flight controller.
Oh, L7.
L7.
There's too many things.
Goodness
Can't read your mind.
So auto, it's not gonna connect, but I'll try. Oh, careful. Yeah, so it tried to connect because it woke up the screen, okay? And by the way, you can see that it says 12.15 volts here. So that is not enough to actually arm that motor. And so I'm gonna go back into the application. I did notice that it crashed my mission planner last time as well, but it has shown, obviously this is the default view when you first open mission planner, but I'm not seeing any sort of connection. So I might take a second and see if I can figure it out. All right, so I was forgetting a critical step. I'm gonna take and swipe down my screen and go to Bluetooth. I'm gonna turn off my Bluetooth just because it's easy. Then I'm gonna turn it back on. And then once it turns on, I'm gonna scroll down to find new devices. And as you can see, there's a Flish BLE and a Flish SPP, as well as whatever that crap is. There's an e-bike and a Yarbo docking station and some different things. So I can't remember which one it is. We're gonna find out and tell you and then click to it. So of course you need to find the SPP.
Of course.
So the Flish RC SPP, connect to that. It's gonna pair to the device. Yeah, I'm pairing it, I'm giving it permission.
For all the things, apparently.
Whatever just happened. So now, why is it trying to sell me an extended warranty? Just kidding.
Oh, it beeped.
It's kind of scary. So now I'm just gonna be prepared in case this thing, if it starts spooling, I'm gonna be annoyed, but at the same time, just to be clear, it is technically not connected yet, and I'm gonna show you why. Because if I click the little down box.
Can I show what you're doing?
You can now.
Okay.
So if you, and I got my hand over here. So you see down here, you can see it populated the list with the Flish SPP. Then I can connect. So watch this. Now at some point, if it starts like spooling up or some stupid thing happens, I'll unplug this.
Okay.
But I think we're fine. Okay, so it is now connected. And yes, it does show, you can't quite read anything on there, so I'll just give you guys a long shot, but it shows the map and everything. This map actually has the pond in it, which is kind of cool.
Oh.
So it says new firmware upgrade. I'm gonna close that out. I can definitely see the yaw degrees at 184.6, and it changes. Now I'm at 192. You can see the direction of travel, all that stuff, which is pretty sweet. So now at this point, you can go to setup. You can go to advanced, and then you can see all sorts of different things here. But again, this is like, I gotta find out how we can get back to, which would be the vehicle configuration tool, which by the way, I am simultaneously hooked up to all three things right now. So yes, everything is connected to this at the same time, both USB-C to USB-A, and this application, Q ground control, and then the phone is also connected to it, which is pretty cool. Configuration is over here, so not setup, then config. You can do basic tuning, extended tuning, user parameters, full parameter list. There's your full parameter list. And then we can search for and find whatever we want. This is actually a really nice interface.
That's gracious. That's
all your values on the screen are not min max checked. Please double check your settings. Okay. Okay, so I hit okay. Uncheck that, show me again. Okay, so now all those values that we saw earlier, we can find here and scroll. But I must warn you, this is super small on a, this is a Samsung Galaxy S20 Ultra.
Yes.
So if you have a mouse and plug in the mouse to your USB, it makes it really easy to populate and control these things. But I will warn you, some of this stuff is hard to see. But check this out. We can now validate parameters in the field. So for instance, let's go back to what we checked. Angle max. So angle underscore max, okay? So I spelled it wrong, so it didn't find it. So let's go angle max. Okay, so then I can click on angle max and look at that. It's got 8,000 as the value. So you can see angle max right there. Okay. Extremely difficult.
Yep, 8,000.
See the value?
Oh, it tells you the default too.
It shows you the default, okay? Pretty sweet, and you can make that a favorite.
Oh.
So it is pretty cool, and it says load from file, save to file, write parameters, refresh parameters, compare parameters, all these things over here. Now I am gonna warn you, if you try to do this on a tablet, it's gonna be so much easier. So if you're using a smartphone, that's what I'm warning you about, is you're using a smartphone, just be careful. First of all, you could have this in your pocket and you could do some nasty things to your heli while you're flying. So you better be careful about locking your screen. Secondly, I would definitely not leave it in that screen. I would go out of the screen at minimum, so you've got your flight map or whatever it is you're looking at. And then secondly, the other thing I would consider doing is just disconnecting when you're not actually needing to be connected. So I'm gonna go ahead and I think you could just hit disconnect here. Yep. So now that is now disconnected from the flight controller, and yet we are getting this obnoxious beep. That might be a voltage range. So let's go back to summary. We can cancel out of that setting. Summary, radio. Not sure why it's beeping. Probably under the power. There's probably a warning. Remove props, obviously. Okay, so it's beeping. But I don't care, it doesn't really matter. The whole point is this, we have a sweet system built into this helicopter, much of which I don't even care about or want. So the good news is it exists. The bad news is that it exists. And if you didn't want it, it still exists.
Yep.
And China wanted to put it in there, so now you get it.
And the documentation is
You are getting more
stellar.
documentation in this video than exists on the interwebs at the current moment.
Yep.
And that's the scary part. So I shouldn't say that. There's other drone people that use similar setups.
Right.
And so the drone people have lots of information like this. I'm gonna go ahead and unplug this. So my next move is, did you hear the depressed move? It's like,
Go from one obnoxious noise to another.
at least I don't need to worry
the
about
transmitter's
the
still
USB
on.
port will probably not cut me in half.
True.
There's only like 5 volts there.
Okay.
A couple milliamps. So the next move for us is to fly. If you guys are still watching this video, seriously, remember, click the bell for notifications, watch the whole video once in a while. Just play it before you go to your wedding or funeral. Out of
Well,
town,
hopefully it's not your funeral.
Out of town for 3 days or whatever it takes. That way it'll play
Yes.
half the video. Play the rest of it the next time you have a wedding or funeral. But in this case, we want to get the battery in here and want to fly it and see how it does. Unfortunately for us, it is quite windy. Now, the beauty of flying helicopters, of course, as we have explained and expressed many times before, is that you can fly them in wind. The trouble with our current circumstance is we have adjusted a setting, and that setting, of course, has to do with basically the tuning of this particular control feature.
Right.
And by the way, if you want to look at this, parameters are missing from firmware. You may be running a version of firmware which not fully support your firmware, has a bug, missing parameter. Okay? So that was a parameter, and I clicked. Now, that's why I think I must have clicked that and then just put it back. But we only noticed the vibration after we did our changes last time.
Right.
So I'm just trying to use some intelligence applied to reality. Good Lord, look at that thing getting stretched out. It's really windy.
It's really windy.
So rule of thumb, when you have an aircraft that's an airplane, say it goes 25 miles an hour. If the wind is 25 miles an hour, what's your ground speed going full into the wind?
0.
Yeah, that's right. So you make sure you fly that direction if the wind's coming.
You can only fly one way.
That's right. Don't turn. You're never going to bring it back. So with a helicopter, it's a little bit different because you weather vane, but you are limited to a max speed on these things because of the controller, but also you're limited because of the physical nature of a helicopter. So if you didn't already know that, camera crew, there's a limit. There's a limit to how fast a helicopter can move.
Is this the limit?
No, we're gonna go fly it right now.
I know, but I'm saying, are we at the limit? Are we?
Well, we're probably closer than I want it to be. But bear with us. We're trying our best to share the information that we learn, but not just that, but share how to learn it by going through a process. And when we run into a situation where we might lop a head off or something, we'll try to show you what we do for our safety by using a 3S instead of a 6S, obviously.
Oh, that's what we did? Okay,
Yeah,
great,
safer
thanks.
that way.
Perfect.
And you got to keep in mind, there are certain things that I freak out and worry about because I'm used to, this is a big helicopter for me. But there are people that fly helicopters like literally twice, 3, 4 times as big, which is crazy. And I hope to be one of those people someday.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
well.
You said you wouldn't film this and you survived twice so far.
So far?
Yeah. I mean, we didn't show you wearing the helmet. But it's okay.
It's almost not going to do me any good with this.
All right, we're going to fly. But at the end of the day, if you want to support Brian Phillips RC, give us back a little bit of time and vitality in our lives. The best thing you do is buy these amazing helicopters from the links in the video description below. It helps us to build relationships with the companies we work with, but it also helps to make a few dollars for us, which we then immediately throw into our garbage can, also known as whatever project I have going on. And it is a giant, it's not even just a dumpster fire, it's like a roll-off dumpster fire. And there's like 2 or 3 of them sitting out there right now.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be bad.
Buy your own yard of concrete.
But it's gonna be fun to watch me do it.
Sure.
So at the end of the day, we appreciate you guys doing it. Also,
We do.
YouTube super thanks, YouTube members for monthly support, Patreon for monthly support, and PayPal for one-time donations. Any of those are always appreciated and welcome, but we prefer that you are flying with us and not just watching us fly, because that is our aim in this channel. And by the way, if you don't have the money for this, and many of us don't, jeez, talk English much, been watching too many Chinese videos. Something like this is much more economical and also awesome, okay? Why do I pick a Bell 206 instead of another Cobra? because we don't have another Cobra
isn't
right
a
now.
little one.
We do have the Apache, but I mean,
Yes.
honestly, that's still a pretty expensive helicopter. But just looking through this row of helicopters, this is just a small select variety. I mean, we've got like 3 of the Apaches. I'd like to someday have an Apache in this size class, but really what I want to do is I want to jump up to 700. I'd like to do 700 next. Bigger helicopters fly different. They look different. They have different presence, but there is something different about helicopters. As they scale larger, they do tend to fly more similar to smaller counterparts than the scaling on an airplane. So if I fly this Draco is one of the unique circumstances compared to a large 2-meter Draco, which is like the full-size one, okay? Some ultra micros or micros fly good. Some of them fly just like their big brothers or sisters. This one flies just like its big brother or sister, okay? The Scrappy, we don't have a big brother or sister, and I don't believe they have plans to do it because it was like extremely cost prohibitive to do that, is what we've been told. Okay, so I'm not holding my breath on that, but if we did, I'm assuming it would be a similar carbon copy sort of feel, where it's gonna feel similar, only small. That's an unusuality. Normally small planes do not fly the same as their big counterparts. Like this Catalina is huge. This Carbon Z T28 is awesome. It flies great. We have other T28s down as low as like 1.1 meter, as low as micros. They all fly really good. The airframe does what the airframe does. It's always gonna feel similar, but the relationship between the air molecules and the airframe is vastly different in terms of percentage basis, okay? So when you get a huge differential, it changes drastically. This is true to helicopters, but we've noticed that it doesn't impact the flight performance quite the same, quite as much. But you get a better look, you get a more intense sound. Obviously you get more air moving around, you get more excitement. And really, to be honest, you can have a huge helicopter that takes up virtually no space compared to any of these airplanes. Okay, so if you live in a tight spot, you wanna fly, helicopters are where it's at for that. Plus, you can take off a helicopter in a small area, you can land in a small area. You don't need a 600 foot long by 12 foot paved runway for it. Okay, but it does make it more awesome, right?
Right.
It's a little harder to justify the price tag, but still, that's not for helicopters, unless you're full scale, right?
Right.
So lots of talk, not much action in this video. We appreciate you guys being here with us when we do all this, because there's a lot of people on YouTube that are trying to get you up to speed, and some of them do it in different ways. Ours are not short, they're long, okay? All right, stay tuned, flight next. All right, so we got a bunch of changes made. Now Acro means something totally different than what Acro meant before. It's extremely windy, our apologies. This is Mother Nature and fall in Iowa. So we're gonna come over here, we're gonna arm this. GPS and ATT should be the same, home should be the same, stop, all that stuff should be the same. So we're gonna go ahead and arm it. We'll give it a wider berth than normal. Okay, so we're ready to run. Okay, remember GPS, the wind, it's a factor. I can get to stop quick. We're gonna get it to altitude as soon as it spools up. Okay, feels good. Up we go. Keep it low. If I gotta kill it, I'm gonna kill it close to the ground. Okay. A little bit more movement than I'm used to, but look at that. That definitely feels pretty good. But I'm a little bit concerned. It doesn't feel like... Okay, so I'm just gonna bring it down to the ground. Okay, camera crew is gonna move all the way over there. Okay, I'm gonna take off again. I'm in GPS, guys. Hey, call me crazy, but it does not seem like that's auto leveling.
Is it just the amount of wind we're experiencing?
It's possible.
Or are you really on the sticks?
I'm not doing anything. It's moving, but like it just doesn't feel as solid in terms of coming back. But remember, we changed that other setting.
Right.
Now, it's manageable for me to get it back to where I want it. But I don't know if just the GPS is struggling a little bit more because of the amount of wind. It is extremely windy, guys. You can probably hear it in my voice. Just my concern is I don't want to lose the helicopter.
Right.
Because of high wind, okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go up just a little bit. I have a strong suspicion it is auto leveling, because there's no way that it would be able to be still sitting there and loitered. If that, okay, don't you think?
I think so.
Okay. All right, so going up a little bit higher, obviously a few mistakes high. I'm gonna just go ahead and come over here. Yeah, it's gotta be auto leveling, guys. And yes, it probably sounds like I'm yelling because I am. That thing would have tipped over if it wasn't auto leveling, okay? So, I'm definitely more capable of flying it now, whatever the heck we changed, which was a lot. And when I let go of the sticks, even in this heavy wind, it's doing fine. I just don't like the rock. It's a little bit more aggressive than we've ever seen. Okay, come over here by my left again. So obviously it is flying, it's flying good. It feels a little bit less locked in than it did before, but I don't really understand why that would matter based on the changes we made. I'm gonna go broadside to the wind and look at it changing its pitch. That's because it's keeping up with the wind. By the way, I just need to remind you, in heavier wind, see it pitching the other way? This is absolutely auto leveling. Okay, so I'm doing that. I'm gonna go ahead and fly off. It is going to be more aggressive about trying to correct itself in the wind. Man, oh man, that looks so good. And yet, I am definitely more disconcerted because the way that it has to tip to keep itself in its geographical position, okay? So now, what I wanna do is I wanna just be very careful, camera crew.
Yeah.
It's so dang aggressive, it just makes me nervous. I wanna go into ATT and feel it. But it's just making me nervous because the amount of lean it has to do, like I'm giving it collective down, and you see how it's having to lean? I'm pointing it into the wind. I got a huge windsock in the backdrop, and I'm not really like super worried about it like getting completely out of control, but I am a little bit worried about losing it, okay? So what I'm a little bit nervous about is when I go to ATTY, it's just gonna slide way back because of the wind. Okay, so let's just go up a little bit higher, get a little bit more aggressive on it. Okay, so now ATTY time. Oh yeah, I'm in ATTY now, and yes, it's getting blown with the wind, but I'm real easy. It's definitely auto leveling. As you can see, I let go of the sticks, it comes back, but it's allowed to slip and slide a little bit. It kind of feels a little less crazy now because it's not fighting the wind as much, but it's definitely still giving me a little bit more heebie-jeebies because I don't want to lose the heli, okay? So that being said, when I press the button behind, it goes back to GPS as expected. That's what we want. And then basically what would happen is, guys, it is so dang windy. Camera crew, what do you think? Go up to altitude in ATTY?
I mean, it'd be nice to know if we got it, but I don't know if it's worth the risk. That's kind of on you.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Well, I'm way the heck up there. And guys, it is just like really intense up there. I'm gonna go back to GPS. I just don't know if I trust myself on this. Okay, camera crew, I want you on my right, and I want you there. Okay, good job. You guys see what I'm talking about? Look at that thing lean. It is like, it's not everything that the helicopter can do to stay aloft, but it is like intense, upset wind. I am confident this thing would do fine, but I just don't want to find out I'm wrong. Now it's landing. Now it's landing. I did not want it to get it to return to home, so just whatever. Just please do me a favor and stay back a long ways. Okay. I'm choosing not to cancel the return to home function.
Okay.
I killed it as soon as those gear hit the ground.
Yep.
Because even though it was doing a good job, the way that it spun around, it put itself in a vulnerable state that I wouldn't have, as a pilot, I wouldn't have put it in that vulnerable state. That's one of the drawbacks to having a GPS heli drone, is it doesn't make decisions based on the real environment. It makes decisions in a reactionary way. Obviously, I can feel the wind. I can see the windsock. I can change and adapt to my surroundings. An automated system responds to its own response to the environment. So it's always one step behind. And like I said, and I've said before, you get milliseconds to respond when it comes to helicopters. Now, that's not to say that I am better than this flight controller as a pilot. I am not. I'm not as consistent, I'm not as reliable, and I'm not tuned as well. But the truth is, I'm probably gonna have to wait for the wind to be calmer to be comfortable enough to take that into our new Acro settings. Because as soon as I get into them, it's probably going to fly awesome. Because I'll tell you, when do GPS heli drones act the most wonky in this type of weather? Because they're one step behind responding to the set impact, which is wind in this case. That's not to say that they aren't reliable and consistent, but it's like if there's a big wind shear like we saw there, and there was a big drop, and that was when I was bringing it down and I was getting close and then it went up.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, rather than interrupting home, I said, I'm just gonna go ahead and let the computer do what the computer does. And if it got really out of hand, then I would kill it short, which I didn't want to have to do.
Right. No.
So that's why I would never be like this in a helicopter with the wind so strong from that side. I mean, yes, it can handle it. I might carry a turn through the wind, but same thing is true when you're flying an airplane into the wind and you cut like this, and then you make that turn, there is a point where the coefficient of speed, friction, slip, and then you're really vulnerable right here before you get back into the wind. Once you're moving at airspeed in the wind, remember, you're moving in a volume of air and you're moving against it. You've got all sorts of control over your control surfaces. Then you turn around and go like this. Well, why do you think a helicopter does so good? Because it's spinning like crazy. So this 14-mile-an-hour wind compared to the 28-mile-an-hour gust, it's a small percentage basis when it hits that blade and produces a lift and produces a change in attitude and all those different things. But you still have a huge weather vane that's getting into that position, okay?
Right.
Again, we're not dependent on the lift from the wings. That's just all visual. In a real one, there would be more reliance on that in high-speed applications and, you know, for fuel efficiency and things like that. But we're not worried about that in this. Okay, so lots of learning in this video, guys. It's kind of boring. Most of you heli people are like, Brian, you're wrong on like 90% of it. I don't think I'm wrong on 90%. I'm wrong on less percentage than I was before. But this helicopter is too cool to crash because I'm impatient. And that's why I'm gonna wait. So this hurts my soul. I don't even know if we'll use this video, but maybe we will. It does look cool up in the sky.
It does.
But it's very windy. And I gotta say, it still felt pretty good, but I felt like it was a lot more allowed to do this than I recall. And so I wonder if that slider we adjusted allowed more of that,
or if it's just
in my
17-mile-an-hour wind.
I think no. This is not 17-mile-an-hour wind. This is 17 gusting 34.
Yep.
So it's high wind, it's thermals, it's rotor.
Yep.
It's lots of factors. It's not just 17 miles an hour. Because 17 miles an hour wouldn't touch this.
Right.
30 mile an hour wouldn't touch this. But changing, blowing, different angles, rotor, all those different things play into the way that this thing responds, okay? And you could tell because when that thing's getting stretched, it's really pulling hard.
Yep. It's really gusty.
Yeah, and look at that thing getting bent, like a fishing pole. That's nuts.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, Flish RC, they loaded a ridiculously over-the-top flight controller in this thing. So much so that I think a lot of people that are in this echelon of piloting will not want it. It's too complicated. But I can tell you this, we have gotten to the point where we've sort of honed in on what needs to be adjusted to give us the full flight authority that we want. And I think we're there. I just am scared to test it. So guys, stay tuned. Be patient with us. We're not gonna leave you hanging. We don't do that on Brian Phillips RC. Even if we make a long video, we generally give you the answer at the very end. So don't be smart and watch the very end. Stay tuned. All right, so that flight was kind of scary. I felt like it was just way too loud to oscillate. And so we thought about it and we were like, this angle _ max, we went from 3,000 to 8,000, which is in all modes. So on this screen, right here. So angle max under parameters, angle max, We changed angle max. Can you make it so that, like right there, can that work? Does that work? So angle max, click on angle max. Then it's like 3,000 right now. We did that off camera. We plugged it and I was like, we better say something about it or we're not gonna be able to articulate that. So this has gone back to 3,000 now. Because my fear is, I'm not trusting this in GPS because it's allowed to just kind of get out of orientation too much in the heavy wind. So in order to test if this fixed the problem that we have right now, I have to do it again in the wind. Which is making the camera crew super happy. So we're gonna go stop, switch up, GPS, and off, okay? And then we're gonna go ahead and plug in. This is gonna be the 6S Smart Pack, which actually gives us a little longer flight time. And yes, we already made the changes, so we'll just go ahead and plug it in. Nice spark. And guys, I must say, this helicopter is really cool, and I don't wanna lose it, okay? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pause, we'll get outside, we'll let the GPS arm, and then we'll come right back. All right, so we have a green flash. We're in GPS, off, up, stop, arm, 1, 2, 3, 4, solid light, ready to go, run. We are in GPS. I wanna see this thing respond better in GPS. Camera crew's gonna move a little bit further that way, thank you. Let it spool up. A little bit of up pressure. Point it into the wind. See, that's what I'm talking about, guys. It feels pretty good now. I don't know that it changed a ton. The ground effect is palpable. But what I can tell you is this. It does not feel like there's auto leveling right now, okay? So I'm down and I'm in stop, okay? The weird thing about it is I know for sure that I'm in GPS according to what I have set up, okay? That'd be ATT, and then that would be, you know, this would allow us, I'm in stop, so I can show you this up close. I can lean the sticks, I can do all that stuff, okay? I can lean this way, the collective up, collective down. And when I'm in ATT, same thing, I can move it, but GPS, look, nothing. So I'm sure that I'm in a different mode. And I mean, it's not impossible that the wind is just a huge factor, but I've never had a GPS heli drone that made me nervous in the wind like this. But they have been more jumpy, okay? So we changed that back, and now here we are. Okay, so stay there. All right, so I've got a solid, or I've got a green flash, so I'm gonna go back to flight. Okay, so it's ready. The camera crew's gonna stay there. Okay. And we're gonna let it spool up like usual. Up you go. See a weather vane, that's fine. Get it up a little bit. And you can see how much it moves. It's definitely auto leveling because it would not be sitting still, even in ATT mode. Okay, so just getting out here where we're a little bit safer in case something goes totally sideways. Okay. It does seem a little bit more tame when you get out of ground effect, doesn't it?
A little bit, yes.
Okay, so now in ATT mode, so it should start drifting with the wind, which is good. Of course, we can counter it by giving input or pressing the button. Okay, so now back to GPS mode, and we've confirmed that everything is basically working, okay? So now I can just lean it. Yes, that is just aggressive wind that we're fighting. Camera crew is gonna be safe by staying back a little bit further than usual. And we're gonna land this thing and get it down to the ground. I do not want it to auto land again. That was not a very fun experience. Okay. Come on down. You know you want to land. Just do it. Okay, so I'm taking it quite easy here, guys, as you can tell. I'd rather put down on a hard surface, so I'm going to walk over a little bit. Okay, here it is. And we're down, and we killed it. Okay, and then back to ATT and collective down to help or excuse me, to Acro and all the way down on the collective to make sure we have down pressure as it auto gyros. All right, so we've appreciated a few new details today. The wind is a big factor. I think that probably did improve the circumstances very slightly. I don't think it's the only factor, okay? But also in calm, it's going to, of course, send a bird swooping us, which is hilarious. Barn swallow.
Great.
So the helicopter is just cool enough I can't crash it. Okay, we'll come back when we have calmer. Okay, so we're in ATT now. You can see it slips. Holding the button, now letting go, and I'm in Acro. Holy crap. Yeah, that's a little bit too aggressive, but that's an Acro.
Okay.
Definitely feels like it would let me tip it over, but it's like extremely, extremely sensitive. Did you see how sensitive it was?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm in ATT here. So I wonder if we need to change the axis of control a little bit. Oh yeah, it's way too loose. Okay, so ATT again, now back to GPS. So obviously it's flying, it does the things we want to a degree, but it's just like feels loose.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
It looks
like it overcorrects, but then again, it's like the wind is higher than what we've had in the past.
Are you in GPS right now?
I am now.
Okay.
Yeah. But you see, it's just like feels unrefined and out of control.
Yeah.
Because like I'm pulling down on the collective and look at the weird slipping and sliding. And that's in GPS. It's like, you know, you can only do so much when you're in GPS, guys.
Right.
So we know we probably need to be in some sort of a limited mode. We just don't know like what. It's pretty easy to get it down. It feels a lot less scary now. But now I almost got to go fly another helicopter to see if it's just me or the wind. Back down and to stop. All right, so we had to wait for sunset the next night, and so it's been really tedious on this project because I've been losing like 24-hour periods in this testing. Okay, so between the last test, we had turned this back down. It did not make a big impact, but it did matter. That's in all modes. We think it helped a little bit with just sitting still, okay? Then we realized that the Acro balance for pitch was 1 from 0.1 to 30, or from 0 to 30, or excuse me, 0 to 3 with a decimal, so it would have been 30 steps. I was like, no, let's not be so drastic. Let's just bring it down a few percentage points, okay? And then really what I figured out was this Acro RP rate is a roll and pitch. I changed that to 720 degrees. And when I was moving, it was not auto leveling. I was just like instantly rolling. And I said, holy cow. So what I did is I actually took that from 360 where the default was. I went to 720. Then I went back to 360. I'm like, wait, hold on. I can actually reduce it from 360. So now it's 240. And this is the correction factor back to leveling, okay? So this is still technically going to auto level. If this works, that's the rate with which it's going to do it. I don't think that's gonna work because Acro Trainer is still at disabled, not leveling and limited or leveling, okay? Which is the middle step. It's at disabled. So disabled may totally functionally decline these moves anyway, but it won't decline this.
Right.
And so that is still a big deal. Mm-hmm. These were left the same. We never did mess with them. And then, of course, we had the the RC roll pitch feed slider thing that I slid over thinking I fat fingered it. I just put it back to the left because every one of them to the left was the softer, less aggressive setting. And I was like, I don't really think it made a difference. So I just slid it back over to where it was, or where I had corrected it to. Thinking I had fat fingered through a dialog box, clicking OK, and then pulling it over to the right. So it's back where it was. That all being understood, if it's not good, remember guys, you gotta have a plan. These are all parameters on G or Q ground control, Q ground control,
yes.
Right?
Yep.
Yep, it's on Q ground control. or Mission Planner if you're using it on Android. And yes, you can adjust them on Android. Yes, you can find this, but you have to search for the Bluetooth. You scan Bluetooth and you find Flish RC _ SPP. You can rename it if you have multiple Flish helicopters, and you could hypothetically go in and connect to it. But just remember, you have to actually connect, and it's hard to do it on a small screen. So if you have a tablet with a big screen, it might be easy. Or if you use a mouse on your phone, which sounds ridiculous, you can actually get in and click things easier.
Or a stylus.
Yeah, well, nah, that's probably still not gonna help. So item number 5, Acro trainer. We might need to put that back. That'd be the next move back, and or change these from 0.8 back to 0.1. Or Acro RP. If it's too low, we could go back to 360, which is where we started. Because remember, at the end of the day, this helicopter flew okay out of the box, but it flew totally auto leveled with like a feel of having safe on, okay? I don't like that. The only thing we got back by going to 6G was the altitude control, which gives you all the worst characteristics of flight on a spring-loaded pretend collective pitch setup like this. And when I say pretend collective pitch, I mean that if I have a hobby-grade transmitter, I'm never gonna have a hobby-grade transmitter that has a spring-loaded, spring-return collective on a heli. I'm just not gonna have that. Maybe they do over in Europe, maybe they do in Japan or China or in the Asias, but I wouldn't. So that's where we are. This is a detail-loaded, really complicated task, and we're gonna get to the bottom of it. We are not gonna leave you high and dry. All right, stay tuned. Flight next. All right, so we're just waiting for the green light to come up, and just full disclosure, I did put a drip of CA in the legs that go to the skids because my skids have pivoted just a hair in these test flights. Not a big deal, but one of them popped down and out, so I just put it back in. It was no big deal. We're not gonna take it apart to transport, but if I needed to, I could probably bust off that little tiny bit. I put like a drip and a half of CA as it slides in. They show putting screws in them, but they show it on the camo version. I don't think they have screw holes on this gray version. I'm not sure why they would do it different. Okay.
And we didn't get screws.
We're ready to arm. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
That's fine. Okay, so looking for the green light. We're green solid. We're gonna go to run. We're in GPS. Everything should be fine. Remember, it was flying fine in GPS. It was just a little bit too wandery. Letting it spool up. Crazy thing is how fast we go through those crappy batteries from Harbor Freight.
Yep.
Okay. Giving it a second to find itself. Okay, still has a little bit more oscillation, but it's doing pretty good. Okay, feels nice right here. A little bit jerky. You remember that jerky response we noticed? But as you can see, it's still pretty controllable. Yeah, I don't have any problems with this. It doesn't feel like it's gonna fall over or anything.
Okay.
Good yaw rate. Everything is fine there. It goes up, it goes down. It's a little bit slow on the collective. I might speed that up at some point, but we're just gonna go ahead and go over here. Definitely wanna try to respond to that touchiness. I'm not sure if we'll talk to Flish about that, but just sliding forward, going to ATT. Now it slips, okay, very good. Now, covering the button down to the auto leveling, excuse me, not the auto leveling, but losing the auto leveling. So this would be now Acro unlocked. This could be pretty bad, so I'm just gonna be prepared to press that button again. Are you prepared?
I'm ready.
Okay, waiting for this gust. Of course there's a gust, like right when I'm getting ready.
Yep.
Okay, let off. Oh yes, yes, it's alive. Guys, I'm flying it. The 240 was probably what it was. Guys, that's all me now. All me and just a little bit of 4,000 calculations per second by a flight stabilizer. That is so much better, guys. Oh, yes!
Oh, man.
Thank God. I'm still being quite timid, and just remember, it's okay to be timid because remember, timidity will keep you alive in the sport of hella flying. Hella flying. Oh yes, so good. So now, is it everything I want? No, because I wanted to open the box and have this, guys. I wanted to open the box. Man, that looks so good. Yes!
So it's not auto leveling or anything.
I don't know if If it is, it's doing it slow enough I don't notice.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
Doesn't
See, I
seem
just
like
tipped it.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not going to get near as aggressive as I was with the bell because you got to remember, I've flown that bell for like 149 minutes or something. So, you know, I've got time. Oh, look at that, guys. Actually flying it like a Cobra. Oh, yes, it caught. Awesome. Now, if I get lost, press and hold the button. Press and hold the button, that button. And yes, I have ATT. You know what I ought to do? I just put GPS in the middle too. And then put ATT at the top. Because like, I'm never gonna need to hit the button there.
You're only gonna do GPS or this, really, right?
Yeah.
You don't really need a middle mode.
Good. That guy in the truck wants to watch. I know he does. You know he is.
I know who it is.
Oh, that sounded so
cool.
sick. I love it. Oh, I feel so relieved. Oh man, we spent so much time on this thing. I thought it was gonna suck bad. Oh, there's nothing worse than spending like about 50 hours on a project. And you're like, man, this thing is gonna be garbage when I'm done. And that's exactly what I was afraid of. Guys, it's gonna take me a little bit to get comfortable with this, but I gotta say, it feels glorious compared to what it had. I'm telling you, that roll rate, that Acro PR rate is the one that we changed that mattered.
And then taking off the leveling and limited in the Acro mode.
Yep.
Are you on the original Flish battery?
I am. It's gonna be.
I was gonna say you're gonna be getting close. I just wanted to scare you.
It will scare the crap out of me too. You remember when I did it that one time?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna bring it over and land it myself actually.
Okay.
So guys, this thing, I fly it pretty careful. It's still pretty windy. Frankly, oh.
Is that what
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Just stay back. That's all yours truly.
Okay.
And stop.
Do we need a moment?
Maybe. Okay, so now I can update the label to Acro. Oh man! Oh, I don't know what all we're gonna show in this video, but I can tell you this, the 240 roll rate made a big difference for me. I may even drop it down just a hair, but it's for pitch and roll.
Right.
And so the trouble is I might kick up the collective speed just a hair because even in GPS, I want to be able to go up and down faster. You remember I always felt like I was struggling to get it down?
Yep.
And that is totally true still. In terms of flyability, it feels good. I'm probably gonna put the settings back to 1 for that auto leveling in 6G. And I almost feel like, obviously I don't want my 50% kick or my back to the middle kick with my panic button that brings me to ATT to be to 6G. But to be honest, it might be kind of nice to have GPS in the center because that, I can start it in whatever and it's not a big deal. And then I can bring that stick down. The only problem is when you start the helicopter, I don't want to forget I'm in the wrong mode.
Right.
So it is nice to have the safest mode at the top. But that middle mode, as far as I'm concerned, kind of like Camera Crew said, like really it's gonna be, I'm flying it or I'm not. That's kind of my mode.
And that's kind of how the FlyWing works because you have home at the top, GPS in the middle, and then
so there's really, it's like two active modes. In this system, you have, what, 6?
5. Yeah, I think it's 6.
I thought it was 6.
I think there's 6, yeah.
Yeah, but maybe it is 5. If it's 5,
it's more than 3.
You guys have seen the screen. I had a picture on my phone. I just don't have my phone with me. So at the end of the day, can we forgive Flish? Probably never, because that was way too much work. So what's gonna happen is for all you people who watch this entire series, you're gonna like look back and say, you did all that and it turned out to be 2 settings, and they couldn't have just printed that in the freaking manual? That is the way I feel also. Because think of all the terror. Look at this, Speaking of terror.
Oh my gosh.
She doesn't like spiders.
No.
See? Oh, come on. Blah. I've been using spiders for fish bait.
Oh, well, not that one.
I don't know. I know. Well, only for your safety. I want you to feel safe.
That was, ugh.
Yeah, they're big. They're big. So guys, Flish, okay. We will evaluate at some point. I think what we're gonna do is we'll probably have, like at the beginning of this video series, we're gonna say, this is what we did. Boom, boom, boom. If you wanna find out the pain and suffering and watch through some of it, granted, part of the problem was it's been so windy.
Yeah, it's
okay, admittedly. So, and I wanna fly this again, so I might go set those up and just give you guys one more shot at it. If that's okay. So you guys stick around, we'll do one more flight. And for those of you watching, if you want to support Brian Phillips RC, the best thing you can do is if you're thinking about buying this, buy from the links. We make a pretty good amount of money on commissions, and then it all gets thrown into this giant bucket, this fiery bucket called our aerodrome project.
Yes.
And I mean, I don't know who you're talking to. If you think we're coming out ahead on it, we are not. We're still behind.
Not even close.
But it's okay because it's awesome, and we want to propagate a better RC world than we inherited. There you go. We want to leave this place better than we found it. It's like you go into the bathroom and somebody left like one of their paper towels on the ground next to the garbage can. You just pick that up, throw it in. You're like, I'm gonna make this public restroom better than the way I found it, right? I mean, I wouldn't describe the RC realm as the public restroom, but even still, it's like, I love this hobby so much that I want to make it better than it was when we got involved with it, okay? Now, obviously, I've been involved with it my whole life, but on this like pseudo whatever professional level, however you want to call it, we just love this. We want to bring people into the hobby. We want to help you find success, because it's one thing to figure out a solution to a problem like this, and it's another thing to bring 40 or 50 or 60 or 100 other guys that actually bought that thing to success as well. Because I'm going to tell you what, that's why we do it. It's because if we reach like 50 or 60 people and they love this and they buy it because of it, I'm telling you what, that will make a company succeed. You probably think, oh, 50, 60 models. No, that would never. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. That's like a freaking short container from China, okay? You gotta remember, these companies, they're not selling thousands and thousands of these things, okay? They're not. And if you think they are, that's because you don't know, and we do, okay? These things are awesome, and we want more of them. How do we make more? We help them reach our market. We help them tell us the things that they can't communicate in Chinese or Cantonese or whatever language they speak, Mandarin, so that you can watch a Brian Phillips RC video and say, holy cow, I actually understand what they were talking about for the last 2 years on FlyWing products. Which, by the way, we have puked out a lot of information in this video. And a lot of it was hard fought. And it was like, I knew this and I knew that, and I knew this thing, but I wasn't putting them together until recently. And you heli guys are out there laughing, pointing and laughing. That's, I'll take one for the team. I know I probably deserve it. But at the end of the day, you got to remember, an airplane guy. I don't set up flight controllers. I set up SAFE and AS3X. It's pretty simple. And we've set up a couple of helicopters. Look, we have a spectator. So at the end of the day, we'll help you put all the things into one nice file so you can turn it into your supervisor, AKA your wife, and she can say, yeah, I'll let you get this, but you can't buy that other thing. And you'll be like, okay. And then after you crash it, you'll be like, I want the other thing.
Yeah. Hey, if you want to fly again, stop talking.
We'll be back. All right, guys. So real quick, before we go out for our last final flight, Acro RP search results. You want to go to Acro RP rate. I had this at 240 for the last flights. That's between 1 degree and 1,080 degrees max roll rate. Make sure they can see that on your screen, okay? Because that is critical. That's at 300 now. That's where I'm going to leave it. 360 is the default, by the way. But 360 is probably just a little bit too fast for me. Eventually, I can bump that up as I get comfortable with this heli. And by the way, this being disabled, so this needs to be done. This needs to be done. That needs to be disabled in order to let you set this to 300 and actually have it impact you, okay? This doesn't matter because that is only going to impact all your modes. This doesn't matter because this only works if you're in leveling or leveling and limited, which is like the top setting and the middle setting. We're on the disabled setting, okay? Okay? And then remember, just the apps that you're looking for are qgroundcontrol.com. Download and install that on your PC. And then Mission Planner, which is on your Android, so your cell phone, okay?
And I think they do have Mac and iOS versions of those.
Yep, and if they do, I don't know anything about them.
No.
So don't ask me questions about Mac or iOS. We don't run any of that stuff. So if there's problems with it, I don't know what to tell you other than borrow a computer. But this will change that. And as you make your changes, if you're ever in any doubt, just go from tuning. This was the other thing, okay? This was the one that I had slid over, and I just slid that back for the last flight too. I don't think it had anything to do with it. We still have 1 or 2 little things going on, and then you have to set this flight mode 1 if you want it to be on the Acro setting. That's what you want to change it to from stabilize, okay? So this is where it was default, and then this would have been stabilized too, but I just changed that to Acro.
Yeah.
So you click on that, and you just change this by doing this drop down and then choose Acro, okay? All right, so that's everything, guys. All right, make sure before you unplug, you go in and out a few times of like different settings and make sure that it shows up the same, okay? So I went to summary and then I went back to flight modes. You can still see it says Acro, and if you go to parameters, I can go to Acro underscore. Pitch balance is now at 1. It's now at 1 for roll balance. That doesn't even matter anymore because we don't have auto leveling on. 300 degrees is still the last setting. Trainer is disabled.
Yep.
Okay. And then Acro Expo is medium. I was thinking about maybe changing that from medium to a little bit more, which I could do high and it might help a little bit. I'm going to go to high. I'm going to save it. And that, again, that is to do with helping me. Okay. And then this is at 300 degrees. And that's where we're going to save that. Okay. So I got to write that down.
So you changed.
So it's right next to this. So it's Acro underscore RP underscore Expo.
Yes.
And Expo. And it's the default
was medium.
And we changed it to high.
Yes.
Okay. And that's where we left it. So that's gonna help me take the edge off of 240 to 300, but it's still gonna give me more authority for flying. Now I can unplug this USB-C cable carefully. We can toss this out of the way. We can go back to another battery. And yes, with the cloud cover, we're probably gonna have a little bit worse video filming. But we just wanna thank you guys for enduring with us through this challenging endeavor. Folks, it is frustrating, but it's also so rewarding when we finally get to the target. It is really encouraging when you work hard at something and you finally get to the solution that you were looking for. And I know that there's a lot of guys out there that have done this before me, and in addition to me, that have shared it on YouTube. And frankly, I probably haven't seen it because I don't follow in the same circles always. But a lot of you guys are aircraft people, you're plane people, and not necessarily quad people, okay? And mission planning people. Like, you guys don't do this stuff, kind of like me. We don't do a lot of the head tracking FPV stuff. Switches up, 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 up. And so at the end of the day, we just want you guys to have the most full and amazing RC experience as humanly possible. And so thank you for bearing with us as we waffle. There is quite a bit of it that happens in these videos because we're all learning together. All right, stay tuned. Support us, guys. One more flight. All right, so one thing I noticed about this heli is when you switch from GPS to ATT down to what is now Acro for us, it tends to kind of speed up the GPS finding. I don't know exactly why that is. There's certain times of day it seems to be a lot faster too. Okay, so we'll let this thing go. Remember, we've got our Acro roll pitch rate is now 300 degrees per second instead of 260. And we have high expo. Man, that looked better than it did before. It shouldn't matter. Still got that herky jerk going on. Not sure why that is, but it's okay because we're not gonna really fly in this mode anyway. And I gotta say, that thing is absolutely fantastic looking. So we'll have to figure out what the heck is going on. I think what's going on is it's probably just It's probably like one of those sliders needs to be adjusted.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna slip into ATT.
Okay.
And we'll notice it's sliding. Very good. Now I'm gonna hold the button and simultaneously go into the bottom mode, which is my not auto leveled anymore, and I'm actually flying it mode, okay? So I'm gonna now let go. Oh man, that was smooth.
Probably good.
Holy cow, this high expo makes it feel great.
Okay, good.
For me, for being oh man, that feels so good. Oh yes. I'm feeling great because I really have to move the stick to get it to do things, which is what I want because I'm not a very good pilot. Wow, that feels nice. I may have to turn up the rate now.
Go back to like the 360 default?
Yeah, the default 360. Wow, that is so much better on the high expo. It feels solid. And guys, you notice it's extremely smooth as a baby's butt. Everything about it is just smooth now because we're not depending on that auto leveling that is really, it's really like it gets annoyed by the wind, okay? Oh, that sounds so good. By the way, make no mistake, this thing has plenty of authority, plenty of power to do the things that you want to do. You don't have to worry about like janking it too hard and like breaking the airframe in half or something. It's just that I'm not a very good pilot. I know my limits and I fly within my limits. If I get confused, if I get concerned, what do? I press my finger on that panic button and I enjoy the security and peace of mind of this. See that? And you can even hear it beep. Did you hear the beeping?
Yeah.
It's like beep, 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 beep. Okay, we're gonna go over to the bowl for just a second.
Okay.
Now, there are other things that we could do to really improve our circumstances. Oh, camera crew, we gotta get some moon shots.
I know.
That is so cool. Okay, so we'll just fly over here. Oh, that is so dang cool. And you might be thinking to yourself, Brian, it doesn't look all that different. Overhead, are you comfortable?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, right through the moon.
Okay.
That is so dang cool. Did you feel the wind?
That's a lot of wind.
Oh man, that moves a lot of air. And by the way, I gotta say, helicopters, they move air even in the wind. It's really no problem for a helicopter that's 6S. It's got this blade size and head speed. And frankly, I don't think it needs quite the head speed it's running. It could probably run a lot lower head speed and you could stretch out the flight times. Because, you know, I'm hardly pushing this thing. This is almost like very, very basic helicopter maneuvering. The difference is I get to tip it so it looks right. That's the key. I want it to look right. I want to be able to kick that tail in a high bank maneuver and just bring it right overhead and cut. Oh, it's so good. It's what I wanted to do on the maiden flight, folks. What do you think, camera crew? Is this where we're going to lead off?
Yeah, I think they'll be seeing this
first
20-minute kind of clip first.
Okay.
And then we're just going to tell them. You want to see the whole mess.
Well, I mean, and the truth is, like, if you guys need some encouragement and you want to feel like you're not alone, then watch our videos where we struggle. Because the truth is, a lot of people struggle and they just don't want to admit it. They're just like, oh, I'm a real man. I don't need help. Like, what are you talking about? It's like, these helicopters are hard. They're very complicated. Everybody needs help when they're starting. And if you really honestly don't need, oh, there it is.
Okay.
So just to be clear, guys, I'm going back to GPS and I'm just gonna let it do its thing.
Okay.
Okay? I don't know if it's flying home or not. I am gonna guide it home.
It changed, you could see
it
it
Go to my left side. Thank you. It's fine. I think it's going there, but it's like, it's doing its own thing and I am also doing something. So frankly, I'm not 100% sure exactly which one of us is in control. So I'm just gonna land it. There's nothing wrong with just bringing it down, okay? I don't even care if we just put it down there. There's nothing wrong with it.
Right.
It's definitely auto leveling the thing. Look at this, guys. Beautiful. Down you go and stop. So A couple things to keep in mind. Obviously, it scares the crap out of me when it goes to return to land. But at the same time, I knew exactly what was happening this time, and it didn't happen right there.
Right there.
Which scared me to death that one time it happened. It's like,
yeah.
We definitely have a few settings not 100% there. So if you're careful and you do just the things that we need to do, like we just showed you, you're probably gonna have a better experience. I do think you could be up at 360, the more default setting on the Acro _RP _rate. And then just change that expo up to high from medium. If you're like me, you're probably gonna get good enough results from that, which is pretty good. We did show what ground control looks like, but when you load it first and you're connected first, you'll see a map of exactly where you are in the world, okay? And yes, you can use different map softwares. I was playing with that off camera. I switched it from Bing to like Google Maps, and you can go to other mapping software, which we did find one. We just don't want to display our exact location to the world. It's already easy enough to find us. So that being said, Flish, amazing product, expensive. It'd be nice if we could get this thing refined so it wasn't so expensive. And to all the other manufacturers out there that aren't making these things, why aren't you? This is what I would say. Probably because the market's tight, probably because it's very expensive, probably because it's complicated, probably because people could get hurt, you know, but so they can on a big airplane. So guys, just remember, at the end of the day, our RC hobby is small in a big world, and we got to keep propagating it. Get your buddies involved, get your friends involved, get your kids involved, because this is the only way we're going to get to survive. You got to get people hooked pretty early to get them ever to get into this type of echelon. You know, get them hooked, work them through the process. Eventually, you'll be able to buy these full feature hobby grade type products. And no, you don't need 40 helicopters to get to this, even if I've had 140 of them to get to this myself. You know, we're reviewing them. You know, if I was picking, I might have picked 5 or 6 on the way. But the truth is, these big scale helicopters, oh man, they're to die for. They're so good. And if you don't want to learn to fly, I literally had my 8-year-old, my 16-year-old, and my really young wife flying.
Good answer.
So at the end of the day, you can do it. If I can do it, you can do it, okay? And if you want to start doing this, you can do it too. And sure, there's other things you could play with and tweak those other settings. Just remember, when you start tweaking those settings, you kind of take the world into your own hands. You take the responsibility for the changes. I'm just kind of annoyed that it wasn't built in by default. I really think it should have been.
Yeah.
The other thing too is, if you want to keep the auto leveling on, you could change that Acro like level, roll and Acro level pitch.
The trainer mode?
You leave trainer mode on,
yeah.
And then you reduce that from 1.0 down to like 0.1, and it'll just bring it to auto level slower. So like it will sort of like relax back to level. And I think that would be one of the ways that if they're gonna have auto leveling functions on, that they turn it on, you're able to overwhelm it, but then you've got like a really stiff limit when you have auto leveling, and it's 30 degrees.
Yeah.
It's not enough. Because remember we opened that up?
Yes.
Yeah. So the other thing too is I don't know what this chatter is that we have introduced. One of the things I hate about Q Ground Control and Mission Planner is that you can get into some of these systems and you can hook up and you won't necessarily know exactly what you had before.
Right.
And well, I shouldn't say that. On H1, you would go in and you would change from modes, and we took a screenshot and we demonstrate that in this video. If you guys watch this whole breadth of this video, you'll understand what I'm talking about. It's possible that you flip to a different mode just to see what it is. You go back and it's gone. And you're like, what the heck? I didn't know I needed to screenshot that. Well, you better screenshot stuff.
Yeah.
And that's what I fear happened on this particular bird, is we had one setting or 2 settings that we were, you know, obscure. There's like hundreds or maybe thousands of settings.
And we haven't been able to find like default settings somewhere to go back to
Well,
that.
there is no default.
Well.
The default is to this helicopter, not to the flight controller. And that's like saying I need the default setting for a tire, except the tire would be limited to certain applications.
Right.
This thing is really universal. I mean, it's used in quads and all sorts of other aircraft. So it's really cool. That being said, lots of thinking went into this video. The execution could have been better. Of course, they always could be, but we would just want to help impacting the audience of people that might have this Flish helicopter. So we're going to lead off with this. You're going to understand that there is a way to get that you know, out of auto leveling, so I can crash it now. But at the same time, we've made it so easy for you to not have to crash it by having a button to go to. And by the way, the return to land, you can change the height it goes to. You can change the voltage with which it goes to it. And you can change some different offsets if there's a largely different variable for the voltage reading compared to reality. So if you take a meter and you test it, and then it has an offset built in, you can apply that offset. I don't really understand why we need that in today's day and age. I mean, of all the technology that's happening inside of there, I'm pretty sure the voltmeter should be good. Okay, so other thoughts. We're gonna show you more about a Bell 206, which is a competitive offering. It's not as big as this. We're gonna show you why we wanted this with that, okay? So if you see this out of order and you're like, I'm always confused by the order of your videos, just trust me. It's otherwise you're getting like 2 hours deep into a video before you get answers to your questions. So we'll leave the answers kind of right up front.
I think this will be the first clip, and then I think we're gonna go in order, starting with, we flew the Bell 206, and we're like, this is what we want. How do we get there? And then you're gonna see 2 hours of like how we got there, which was like a whole weekend for us of.
Yeah, and partly because the wind was crazy.
We couldn't test as much.
That windsock was pulled like 30 degrees over and straight out.
Yeah.
So, and when it starts whipping up like that, you know it's really windy. So it was like more than we could actually fly with this helicopter and feel confident.
Yeah.
Funny thing is, out of the auto leveling, it would have done fine.
It probably would have.
But in the auto leveling, and when you're dependent on that flight controller to keep up, and it's, you know, it's constantly making corrections, what happens is you get outside of the ability for it to correct, and it's like, I do not know what to do. I can't compute. I'm too far off of my target value, and then it makes mistakes, and boom. We've all seen it. Rockets crashing for years over, you know, that's exactly the way it happens with these flight controllers. Same thing, okay?
Yep.
The difference is they spent millions and millions and millions of dollars to crash theirs, and we just only had to spend a few hundred for the flight controller.
Right.
So, hopefully this strikes a chord. If you guys want to help support Brian Phillips RC, like I said, the best thing you can do, buy the aircraft, get in the hobby, get your friends in the hobby. And for the record, if you've never flown an aircraft before, this is probably not a good choice, but I'm going to tell you this. If you've never flown an aircraft before and you actually bring it out and you put it out and you get GPS contact, you've got a good, safe place to fly, like a FRIA would be the best place. If you don't want to fly in a FRIA, you can get this thing called a remote ID. You can follow rules. There is actually remote ID stuff in this, but I'm not sure exactly how to do it on the integral device. So I'm not even going to go into it. I don't care about it. It's not my responsibility. I think you can import and export from a remote ID module. But again, there's so much crap in this that you can do. You can have it do call outs to the FAA for emergency beacons. I mean, it's crazy the stuff you can do with it. I'm not going to touch any of it with a 10-foot pole, not a 100-foot pole. I just want to fly it. I want to enjoy it as a recreational aircraft, because that's what we do. So, and I'm assuming that that's the vast majority of you are going to do. I mean, after all, you've got U.S. Army missiles on a Marines helicopter. So if nobody else caught that, somebody pointed out in the comments, and I was like, dang it, you ruined my missiles for me.
Now I have to fix them.
Yeah, exactly. But awesome helicopter. If you want something that's cheaper, we have a million different options. Check out brianphillipsrc.com. You can sort by type. Our helicopter file is getting pretty huge, but you can just scroll down. Just look for the picture. I'm holding it exactly the same in every video. All it does is it takes you to the playlist, or you can like shop here or some, what does it say? Shop or buy?
Yeah, or buy or, yeah.
And then all you do is that'll take you to the partner that we were working with. And then if you decide you want to buy it there. When you buy it there, you'll help support the channel with a small commission. You don't pay any extra. You just pay the normal price. You have discounts. Whatever it is you guys have worked out, still works. They just know that we sent you there, okay? So notwithstanding the fact that you want to support us, if you want to support us in other ways, we have YouTube Super Thanks for one-time donations, YouTube members for monthly support, which just got added to iOS. I guess there's some stupid banner that keeps coming up on our YouTube Creator Studio. So if you're on Apple, congratulations. Yeah, you can probably line their pockets a little bit too now.
Probably.
Apple is the worst on stuff like that.
They
It's
are,
crazy.
terrible.
If you guys even knew. There was one time for like Patreon, they were charging like a 30% fee or something.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Just because you're using an Apple phone, like why? Anyway, totally don't get it. And then there's, and that's on top of the 18 or 19% that Patreon takes.
Yeah.
So like 48%. I don't get it. I truly do not understand it. Then there's
Patreon.
Patreon.
Yep.
Then PayPal for one-time donations. If you don't want to be part of those organizations, we totally get it. Also, we have a PO box. If you need to send something, just let us know so we know to expect it, because it's kind of like at the post office. We don't check it very often. Awesome helicopter. We'll show you the other awesome helicopter. And yes, it's beeping. It's fine. It is low voltage. And by the way, the smart battery has proven to be slightly better in terms of runtime on a 4000 than our 4300 Flish.
Yeah.
So take it for what it's worth. I would say when you get this helicopter, if you get it as a ready to fly, which do not get it without the flight controller. It's gonna be so complicated. I don't know if they have like a bind and fly and you can provide your own receiver. If you do that, that's fine. You can emulate all the things we did to whatever radio it is, because really you're only dealing with like 5 or 6 basic channels.
I don't think there's an option to get it
without
the way that we got it.
Okay.
I think that is the package.
That is the
right
package.
now, at least.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and by the way, if you want to use a Spectrum offering, you can totally use a Spectrum. If you want to use a Futaba receiver and a Futaba transmitter, you can do all that. All you have to do is just copy the channels. It's really basic stuff.
Right.
And they're just S-busing over, or they call it like IR Sky Bus or something. I don't know, whatever, some serial bus.
Whatever.
So it's like one cable goes from the receiver to the flight controller. And once you've established it, all the controls move the right things and you're set. But you just got to be careful you get the right channel, so you have your run or stop is the most critical, okay?
Yeah.
And then your modes, channel 5, and then I think this one's channel 8 for home, and then like channel 7 for this. And of course you've got your mode 1, mode 2 different configurations for the pitch, roll, yaw, and collectives. And then in my case, I have this on channel 10 only because of the infrastructure of this particular radio system.
Yeah.
We will show how to set up the panic button in this video too.
Yes.
If you don't want to go back and watch the unbox build radio setup. So lots of technical information in this video. This is going back to Brian Phillips RC, the heart of how we started this channel, which was taking something that just missed the mark a little bit, which was like adding flaps to UMX planes, or missing the mark by adding LEDs to planes we wanted LEDs on. And we're going back old school style. And this is the way we got our start on YouTube. It's how we got traction. It's how we got an audience of people that trusted us. And so we don't do it enough, but we've been trying to put out a few more repair videos that are purpose-driven repair videos so that people can follow along, learn, and then get better. So.
And I will attempt to timestamp some of this. It's going to be a little, but like the panic mode and stuff, I'll try and like, those things you might actually see that we did figure out, I'll try and get those timestamped. And like some of our test flights, but there's only so much I can go back and do.
Right, and the other thing is we did watch the video to make sure there weren't like huge glaring mistakes, but you have to remember that some of the glaring mistakes that you're gonna notice in this video are mistakes that are made in a chronological order that help us to arrive at the solution that we found.
Yes.
So the reason that we share some of those mistake-ridden videos is to help encourage those of you, like I said, the 50-seat pack seemed to be pretty good, is to help encourage those of you that have an RC existence that is like, hey, you don't have a lot of help, you need a lot of help, and it's keeping you from flying, okay? Because that is exactly what we are working hard to avoid. We want to get you guys out of the chair and into the air so that you can get something just like this and you can find success. And remember, success is not just putting it in the air, because literally my 8-year-old can do it, okay? Success is flying it the way you want, okay? Stay tuned. So much more from Brian Phillips RC. The whole tedious process right now.